Alrighty, it's Friday. Everybody loves Friday. I guess the only people who don't love Friday are the people who have like Tuesday and Wednesday off. I always felt bad about those people. Talk about how great Friday is, and those people are like, fuck you, Friday's my Wednesday. Like, sorry, man. That sucks. That's harsh. But I do have Fridays off. You're doing your work training. There you go, Nabs. Getting it done. Nabs is thinking outside the box, working smarter. There's True Monarchy. Good screen name. Wish we had more of that in the world. There's Jewel. Guys. It's Friday. And it was like, I was like all excited because I was like, like my new computer. Like my new computer should be like, it should be like in 2 weeks I should have my new computer. And then Origin decided that they were gonna not have my new computer ready. And I got to I'll have to talk to them because I really, really, really wanted to like support Origin PCs. Right? I really, really, really wanted to support Origin PCs. The problem is that I have a certain level of to get the Jahlon gold stamp of approval. You kind of have to, deliver. And I don't mind if my computer's going to be, delayed, right? I don't mind if my computer's going to be delayed because minding if your computer was going to be delayed and then making a big deal about a delay, that's just, you being a child. That's just you being, I don't want my computer delayed. Okay, well the world's facing a pandemic right now, so it's possible that your computer might get delayed. But what irritates me is I contacted them like 17 days ago now. And I said, "Hey, what's the status of my PC?" And they said, "Oh, it's an assembly phase." And then they've got this nice little part of their website that's like, well, when it's in this phase, this is what's going on. And I thought that was really cool. Except that's what the ticket technician told me, but it's not what my order is reflecting. And then as a logistician, remember I told you guys, being a logistician takes all the fun out of life. Well, as a logistician, then why do you have this automated update status tracker if it's not going to be accurate? So I let 17 days go by. I contacted him again, and then I get it's going to be delayed. And I'm like, this is going to make for a very interesting, should you use Origin PC's content creator special. I really, see, I'm not going to contact them again now until 2 weeks after. So 2 weeks after the original ship date is my daughter's birthday, ironically. And so I'll contact them on the 2 weeks later and been like, okay, where's my PC? And if I get any more, oh, it's going to be delayed, I'm going to be like, just give me my money back. I understand that due to taxes and tariffs and all this other stuff, companies are struggling. I get that. However, if you want the Jahlon Gold Star of excellence in delivery, you got to deliver. You got to deliver. Then it was like last night, New Game Studio contacted me. I was like, okay. It's like 6:30. Yeah, who doesn't want that gold star? Exactly. Who doesn't want a guy like me with integrity that's going to do a full voiced defense of your company as long as you're not wrong? A new studio contacted me, which was kind of cool. And I was like, I'll look at your stuff. They're like, well, we should talk. We'll talk after I look at your stuff. But we should talk. Okay. It's 6:18 at night. I'm going to go do my thing now, and I'm going to look at your stuff. Like, relax, man. Because the last thing you ever want to do is get somebody, the last thing you want to do is to get somebody who's saying, I'm going to look at your stuff tomorrow. Never get somebody to hurry up and look at your stuff today. It's bad. I know you're excited. I know your project is you are all about your project, and I get that. We're all about our projects. But don't ever, if somebody says I'm going to do it, don't ever be like, well, let's set up no, because then the person's likely to say, no, I'll take a pass. You kind of feel like doing the same, but I know I won't get my new PC any faster just by buying it in another place. Yeah, that's the problem right now. Nobody can get a PC replacement. Nobody can get upgrades. In fact, it's funny because I usually use HP. I usually use HP because I have a premium support account with HP. HP doesn't even have the 30 series. Oh, look at that. Subscription right off the bat. HP doesn't even have the 30 series graphics cards in their lineup, probably because Nvidia didn't offer HP, a pallet of them so that they could start selling. Like, an HP probably wasn't going to want to start selling them because they're going to say, well, we don't have them for the long term. If you're going to sell a product, make sure you have it in stock. If you're going to sell a product, make sure you have the product in stock. I mean, that's not hard. And that loops us into start our Ashes of Creation discussion. I know a lot of people are chomping at the bit because they want to see they want to see Alpha 1. They want to see Alpha 1 up for sale. The problem is that people don't understand that Intrepid is trying to navigate a very rough path. So how do they open up Alpha 1 without making it look like a PR stunt, without making it look like a cash grab? And there's a route from where they are. It's like, Steven, hand me the map and the compass and just follow me. I'll shoot the azimuth and I'll navigate us through the minefields, and I'll get us to where, legitimately, okay, we're reopening Alpha 1 sales. It's doable, but they got to do it right. Hats off to me. Okay, I can do a hat. I can definitely do. In fact, I'll go double. We'll grab. We'll do silver. I'll do double. It'll be practice for tomorrow, because remember, I'm streaming tomorrow as well. Streaming tomorrow as well for PvP. I'll be full decked out in Victorian steampunk era. With the amount of people signed up, if they all create characters in game, would there not be an excessive amount of servers with the proposed limit of 10,000 people per server? Light of Genesis, the 10,000 people per server is the concurrent population. It is not the number of accounts that create a character on that server. They're aiming for closer to 50,000. That's going to be the question that we bombard Intrepid with during this next Q&A. And they like to do this thing to me where they open the Q&A while I'm streaming on Fridays for the following week. So if that happens this week, we're gonna write the question. If not, if you guys normally don't ask questions for the Q&A, I'm going to ask that you copy and paste this exact question from my Discord into their Q&A, and I'll give it during the stream once we write it. Because I think and I know that's kind of a dick move by me, and I acknowledge that in some circles, people would interpret that as a dick move by me. However, I think the discussion of the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent ratio, I think that conversation needs to be had, and I think it needs to be had sooner rather than later. I think it needs to be had sooner rather than later because that decision is a decision point, and a lot of decisions about the game are going to be made from that decision point. And you guys know that if you're ever driving on the highway and you fucking miss your turn, sometimes your GPS will auto route you, and you get lucky because there's you don't have to get off, stop, turn around, go back, twice as many exits, get off, stop, turn around, go back. I mean, sometimes you do. Sometimes you are in a situation where you have to get off the highway, double back, drive south, 2 exits, get off, get back on the expressway, because sometimes there's not an east and west exit on both sides. I mean, I've had that shit happen to me, especially in Jersey. Fuck Jersey, man. Jersey, you got beautiful state, strange highways. But, Jahlonians assemble or paradoxicals. I'm open to either. Yeah, the nation of Jahlon. So anyway, if they're going to make a bunch of decisions based on this 50,000 to 10,000 ratio, then they need to be sure that ratio is going to work. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't understand it, and it's interesting. I'm reading the book. Hey Zetrix, I'm reading the book Extreme Ownership. And this time I'm reading it for the business, because if you guys talked about this on my Jahlon On channel. I have a second YouTube channel called Jahlon On. The book Extreme Ownership, it's actually in the other room. It's in my reading room. Really good book. Jocko Willink and Leif Babin are 2 Navy SEALs. They wrote this book, and every chapter in it is here's the military example, here's the military concept, here's the civilian counterpart. Well, I'm going to be completely honest. When I read it the last time, I was still active duty. So I was reading the military part for the military history. I was reading the military part for the military application. And I wasn't really paying attention to the business application, because anybody who's in the military knows you can't equate the military with business rules, because the businesses operate on a completely different standard. But one of the chapters in Extreme Ownership is on your middle level leaders understanding your vision, your destination, your goal. And if you think about it this way, and I know some people would be under the belief that everybody in a community is equal, and everybody in a community isn't equal. Communities develop their own hierarchies. I'm not saying that all the hierarchies they have are good, but communities develop their own hierarchies. They also develop their own niches, their own geishas, their own cliques. Well, one of the things is Intrepid, while they are in their own community and they lead their own community, they aren't the only leaders in that community. They have moderators who are official middle level leaders. They have content creators, the official ones. The green names are official, and the content creators who aren't green names are unofficial. The thing is that I don't understand this vision, this destination. that Steven has with this 50,000 to 10. And I've asked him about it, and he's given me answers. And even after the answers he's given me, I still don't get it. And so if I don't get it, my people don't get it. And if my people don't get it, my people can't go and explain that one. And it's one that's coming up more and more often. Steven, how is this going to work? Now, in a normal game, like Final Fantasy 14 doesn't add on more servers when they have population spikes. In the zones that they know they're going to have population spikes, they do sharding. And in Final Fantasy 14, sharding works because all gathering points are individualized. So it doesn't matter if you create 15 instances. I think, if I remember correctly, they don't do sharding with the S rank hunts. They do sharding with everything except the S rank hunts. The only S rank. I'm not. You know what? I can't speak intelligently on what they do, because now that I think about it, maybe the S rank hunts do show up in the different shards. But in Ashes of Creation doesn't work like Final Fantasy. They can't just be like, oh, the population of server 7 suddenly spiked. Let's just turn on sharding, because they're not doing sharding. And so because they're not doing sharding, I do not understand this 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent. And so, yeah, we're gonna bombard Intrepid with that question this month. Now, maybe we don't get an answer during the live stream, but I definitely hope that they look at that and say, wow, a guy like Jahlon is making a pretty big deal out of this. I mean, and I understand that there's companies that are like, wow, Jahlon's making a big deal out of this. Well, fuck Jahlon. He's a pain in the ass. Okay. You know, that's part of what I was paid to do. I was paid for years and years and years to be a pain in the ass. I was told to be a pain in the ass. My one commander, I had 2 yeah buts with my one commander. Generally, he preferred if I kept him in private, but I had the directive from him to do it in officer-only meetings. Hey, this is what we're going to be doing. Okay. Yeah, but sharding is like layering. Exactly. So what you have is you have starter zone north. Well, you have starter zone 1 in the upper left-hand corner, and then you have starter zone 1, starter zone 1, starter zone 1, 2, starter zone 1, 3. So while you're all in that area, you have shards. And then when you walk out of that area, you all merge back into the same one server. But then the design of your game then has to change, because you have to have you no longer have a seamless open world. You have porting, you have load screens. So I need an answer. I had a teammate in World of Tank asks if we could all get along. I told her, sorry, that's not how I've made my living. I get paid to be a disagreeable pain. Yeah, I mean, sorry guys. I mean, that's the truth. If everybody is a yes man, you end up in a world of shit very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. If everybody's a yes man. And you ever gotten lost? It doesn't happen to you people much anymore, because everybody has a cell phone. Everybody has their own GPS. But back in the day, man, you were going somewhere you'd never been. You used to be driving. There was no GPS. The person in the passenger seat had the directions. The person in the back seat had the map. And if you got lost, nobody blamed the driver. Everybody blamed the person in the passenger seat, and everybody blamed the person in the back seat. Be like, you two can't figure out if we're going in the same direction? Well, then you'd have these road trips where everybody else is asleep. Everybody else in the car is asleep, and we get lost. Somebody wakes up. Hey, where are we? We're at a gas station. Why? I'm fucking lost. Well, how'd you get us lost? How the fuck you all gonna sleep? I'm driving. You're all fucking asleep. Thanks for the support, wingman. Thanks for the support, battle buddies. I don't know what the hell you Navy people call them. But you know, if nobody objects, shipmates, nah, is it shipmate? I mean, because like we do wingman, all the time, even the non-flyers. Army does battle buddies. Is it really shipmate? No. Bad. It's shipmate? Wow. I'm sorry, man. I have to say this about the United States Navy, and I'm allowed to because I served. I served. But I'm going to tell you right now, man, when I was a kid, I was going to join the Air Force or the Navy. I was going to join the Air Force or the Navy. And I don't know why Navy was a big thing in my family, but my cousin ended up going Navy. Navy must have been something in our family, but I don't think anybody ever served. There must have been a reason. We must have had a family friend or something that early on instilled us to go into the Navy. Then I started looking at the branches of service, and I'm sorry, but you can't pay me enough to look like I'm the good humor man in the summer and look like I'm getting ready to invade Poland in the winter. No way, man. No way. I'll take being called chair force over being, man. My Navy friends, man. I've been to some of their places. I've been to some of their houses. Like, hey, man, why do you have a 4-bedroom house? It's only you, your wife, and the one kid. I understand sometimes people want an office, and you know, my buddy was like, dude, come here, I want to show you something. Him and his wife are both Navy. They have a 4-bedroom house. They only have one kid. So they've got their main bedroom. They've got their kid's bedroom. They've got their office. Navy to Navy couple, no shit, has a bedroom just like this. And they have racks of clothes. And I'm just like, what the fuck is all this? And the Navy people in the channel can tell you, but you've got your blacks, you've got your Navy whites, and for the summer, you've got and this is dated. This is a while back, so I don't know if this is still the case. But they've got their Navy blacks, they've got their Navy whites, mesh dress uniform, not the good humor man uniform, but their dress uniform. Then they had their khakis. One of them had khakis one of them had khakis. The other one had their utilities, that blue like that blue like coveralls mechanic looking thing. And I was just like, oh, and then the standard military they had at the time BDUs. We were still in that era. We were in the BDU era. And I was like, what the fuck? You have like department store clothes racks in here. And they said, yeah, this is how many uniforms we're expected to keep. I was like, this is fucked, man. This is fucked. When my class graduated boot, one of the new sailors was the daughter of a rear admiral lower half. Her dad literally came down from the viewing stands after the ceremony. And right in front of everyone during the parent meet, told her, that's twice in your life you're a seaman. That is rough. That is rough. They are now. Let's see. Oh my God. Look at this. Look, fuck's sake, man. Fuck's sake. Oh my God. What is this? This is crazy. I'm looking at the link that Sparky put. I'm looking at the link that Sparky posted. Oh my God, man. Your Navy fucking requirements are crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, does anybody else, I'm on this list and it's completely unrelated, but anybody always find it funny? Military logic always got to me, which is why I had to piece the fuck out. Undershirts 4, underwear 8, socks 5, towels 4. Okay. That shit always drove me nuts. Yeah, you get more at E7. It always drove me nuts, though. Undershirts 5, underwear 8, socks 5. So if you're only making the person have 5 pairs of socks, right? Then then they're gonna do laundry every week. You know, you also get rid of some. Yeah, but remember, you don't get rid of any casually because that's the list That's the list that you're required to maintain at all times. So you're required to have 8 of these, 5 of these, 4 of these. It just never made sense to me. However many t-shirts you want the person, it's 8 pairs of socks. Oh yeah, I was counting just boot socks because I was counting so I guess that I guess in that regard it's gonna work then, because I'm betting it's 8 pairs of socks, 3 dress, 5 boot socks, 8 pairs of underwear, and then I'm betting the 5 t-shirts. I'm betting there's 3 dress shirts on that list. Thank God I was Air Force, man. Thank God I was Air Force. Then again, the Air Force is the organization that I got a write up on my bag drag because I was bald, and I just kept myself bald when we were going into the field because I have to deal with diesel. I was enlisted. I have to deal with diesel generators. I get diesel in my hair, and then it takes 20 to 30 minutes at night to wash my hair out just to get the fucking smoke and the smog and the exhaust and the carbon out of my hair. And then you're only allowed 3 minutes of water. So if I knew I was going on a field exercise, I just shaved my head. Brought extra razors and a bag drag, got a write-up, had to go stand in front of my commander and keep a straight face. My commander, who was bald, by the way, not shaved bald, bald. I went in front of my commander, and he's looking at my write-up, and he's like, "You got written up for not having shampoo?" And I'm like, "Yep." And so he's talking to me about, well, you got to make sure that you have everything in your bag that you're required to have. I said, "Sir, is that your is that your deployment bag right there? Is that your exercise bag?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'll bet lunch you don't have shampoo in that bag." He's just staring at me like, "You son of a bitch." And I said, you got shampoo in there? I'll buy lunch." He takes the fucking write-up, chucks it in the shredder. He chucked it in the fucking bucket. Like, fuck that. On a ship, you expect laundry to break. My first deployment, I had 30 pairs of underwear, pairs of boot socks, white undershirts, and then 5 white undershirts set aside for dress uniforms, so 35 shirts. Yeah. Yeah. Only in the United States Air Force would we have 1,200 people assigned to a building that has 12 washers and 12 dryers. Fuck's sake. Good times, man. Throwing it back. All right, let's speaking of, let's get on task. Let's get on task today. Ashes of Creation. We are supposed to have the live stream next week. However, I don't think that it's 100% on. I don't think it's 100% on. I'm waiting for the announcement today where they ping the thing and say we're doing it. We're doing the live stream, but I wouldn't be surprised if Steven punts. Steven had a bad week. And so not a bad week, like a bad game development week. He had a bad week personal life. Everybody forgets. And this is the one thing I am pretty adamant on. I am pretty a stickler on. Steven's a human being. All right. Steven's a human being. They've had people in the studio. They have real life. They have real lives. So Steven had an incident this week in his personal life, and you know what? He might take some time off. Might have some time off. I mean, he might want a week. I will tell you that 6 boxes of Jahlon family homemade chocolate fudge is on the way to Steven. He said that he likes chocolate fudge at one point, and so we made that for him and we shipped that out to him. Shout out to my daughter for figuring out the new candy boxes. We usually use a different box. I hope releases this year. Release is not this year. Release is nowhere near this year. We are only getting into the second alpha spot testing in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. People got to realize, yeah, Steven screwed the pooch, right? Steven screwed the pooch, and he said the game was going to be out before 2020. Steven has since walked back that statement, and I will say, you are of course free to be more hardline than me. You are of course free to be less hardline than me. You can be balls to the wall hardline with Intrepid and hold them accountable to every single thing they've ever said, every single thing, regardless of them making future statements. And there are a couple of people out there like that, and I'm sure that they're chucking down bottles of Mylanta and, you know, eating heartburn medication and beating their heads on the padded walls. But, you know, Intrepid's a company. There are lots of companies every single day that have to, you know, change their roadmap. Steven was a young game developer when he started, right? Steven made mistakes. Steven kept talking that shit, right? And this is something I will say. This is something that I will say, and I'll say it publicly, and these matters are all a matter on the Discord. I have way more project management experience than Steven has. That's a fact. There's no disputing this fact. I have way more project management experience than Steven has. A couple of reasons for that. Number one, I had a great job. Number two, it's not unspeakable that I have a ton more experience in project management than Steven, because I have a lot more experience in life than Steven. I'm level 41, he's level 35. Okay? If you just want to use some simple maths, I'm 6 years older than Steven, and when you're talking about people that are just getting into their 40s, a lot of times people are like, well, you're 41, he's 35. That's not a lot of difference. Start thinking about the fact that the first 18 years of your life are tutorial. So Steven doesn't even have 18 years of life yet outside of the tutorial. And I will give Steven props. He did go to a military school. So he's got some of that. He's got some of that little brethren we got going on. But I have more project management experience than Steven. I called out a lot of the shit that he was saying early on. I was like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. And that's why I say with that 50,000 to 10,000 ratio thing, Steven, buddy, Bubba, friend, amigo, talk to me. Explain, please. I'm begging you desperately. Explain this 50,000 to 10,000. This 50,000 to 10,000 ratio thing before it blows up in our faces. And he may have an answer. But to me, it's a concern. And Steven has grown. Steven has grown over the years, and he's realized he's not the smartest person in the room. Having the checkbook and writing the check for $40 million doesn't make you the smartest person in the room. And at first, I think Steven had that hubris. I think Steven had that pride issue. Steven had that because it's my money and I have this money. I'm the smartest guy in the room. And then he very, very quickly overcame that. And he's like, okay, maybe not so much, which is good, which is exactly how people grow as leaders. And so there's people out there that still want to hold every single mistake he's ever made over his head. Well, no, I'm sorry. You don't get to do that. Now, the things that he did that he admitted were mistakes, we press and we move on. One of those is he publicly stated, yep, I got the production schedule wrong. And I said, okay. He's like, I didn't hire a producer. Now, if he had said I didn't hire a producer and then still didn't hire a producer, I would be like, okay, well, you got half of that right. You analyzed your faults. You don't have a producer. Steven brought on, and I say this with all sincerity, Steven brought on who I think is in the top 5 of producers in the MMORPG world. Because of looking at games and looking at the success of those games, I think the person he brought on was an excellent fit for Ashes, was an excellent producer, and I think we're gonna see some results. What's the average active player to account ratio on a server in most MMOs? That's a great question, i7. But here's the problem with that question. A lot of times people want to roll everybody onto the same, what's the average active player to account ratio on a server in most MMOs? You can't do most MMOs. You can't include Guild Wars, Final Fantasy XIV. For those two, at least, you can't include those in any discussion because they have sharding. If a game has sharding or it has instancing, then you cannot include them in a discussion about player to account to active player ratio because there's no queue. The queue doesn't come into effect because you're not locked out. If Ashes was doing queues, I wouldn't have or if Ashes was doing sharding, I wouldn't be concerned at all. I'd be like, okay, in the starter areas and then in the populated areas, they're going to do sharding, and we can have more people on a server. I still don't think that. It would be good to have that. And again, I don't think. Let me tell you why I'm so concerned over this 50,000 to 10,000 active ratio. The reason why is because the content is primetime content. Castle sieges are a huge factor in Ashes of Creation. And only 2,500 people will be eligible for castle sieges right now. 250 versus 250 is 500 times 5, 2,500. There is a huge difference between a piece of content being available for 25% of your population and a piece of content being available for 5% of your population. And that's a question that I want to community challenge 25% complete. Excellent. That's a thing. Ready? That's a thing. This 50,000 accounts thing, clearly you've run the numbers because you've ran the numbers on what you expect the average player's monthly expenditure is. They assume the average player, not the average player, but the average across the players is there'll be enough cash shop cosmetic purchases made that it'll be like $8 extra a month on top of the people's subscription. Is that a good number? Is that a bad number? I can't even remotely begin to tell you because I haven't seen the numbers. I can't do the diligence on the math until I see the numbers. Would I say it's fair? Yeah. A ballpark wag out my ass, back pocket answer. Sure. I'd say that's probably in the realm of realistic. Queues don't have anything to do with sharding in WoW. They're caused by having limitations in the authentication server that haven't been fully addressed. Partially true. Yes. Partially true. A lot of the problems with the queues are, we've talked about queues on the show before, the authentication server can only authenticate you so quickly. Now, it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. And I don't remember exactly how WoW's process works. So you should have a server system similar to Black Desert Online. No, you shouldn't. That's a shitty system. A system like Black Desert Online nullifies the meaningfulness of an open world, especially because node sieges only happen in channel 1 and the rest of the channels are just duplicates. Now, there are advantages to a Black Desert Online system. And for a game like Black Desert Online, you reap the benefits with very little negative side effect. But in a game like Ashes, where the scarcity of resources is a design pillar, then you run into sharding becomes such a huge problem because you can't just say, oh, by the way, we're going to make resources scarce, and then, oh, we're just going to duplicate the world 5 times, and now those resources are available on every shard. You also can't make gathering, the only way it would work then is if you wanted to do sharding, which I'm not advocating for sharding in the slightest, but I'm saying the way you'd have to make that work is you would have to make a shard for every server, and you'd always have to have 2 shards up. And you'd have to set, like, you'd have to put the gathering nodes, you'd have to put the gathering nodes on a shard other than shard 1, because you can't have people who want to play the game full-time as gatherers told, well, your shard doesn't have gathering spots on it. You see what I'm saying? So you'd have to move, you'd always have to have 2 shards, and you'd have to put you'd have to code it so that the gathering nodes are always on shard 2. Or you just set it so that you call shard 2, well, you make the other shard 5, so that there's 4 shards that could fill in. But then the other problem becomes you'd have to set, you see, there's a rule, there's a reason why the rule is keep it simple, stupid. There's a reason why the KISS philosophy is one of the few things out of the 80s and the 90s. In fact, I think KISS comes from maybe the 50s and the 60s. Why that continues to be relevant and applicable. So now you want to have different shards with different rules. You're going to put the gathering resources only on shard 5, so that way every gatherer can always go to shard 5. But now you got to set the shard rules so that caravans can only be launched on shard 1. Otherwise, people would launch their caravan on shard 4 with the smaller population. They'd launch it on 5 on the population with all the gatherers, or people would go to shard 5 looking for the caravans that is being run by all the gatherers. You know what I'm saying? So it turns into a big hoopla. Now, I did want to jump over here today, and I wanted to talk about this thread over on the Reddit, and you guys can imagine how this one is going to go. So you guys know how these usually go. About a month ago, I shared that a group of 25 plus guilds were coming together to build an RP kingdom on a single server. Some thought that meant they'd be easy targets for gankers, and because of that post, I got in touch with Plate, leader of the All Raiders, an Orc RP PvP guild, to get some insight on how a role player balances their love of RP. So first of all, this is fucking anecdotal evidence at best. This is unsubstantiated, subjective, anecdotal evidence at best. To very quickly summarize for those who have no interest in listening, role players are just as sweaty as hardcore PvPers. First of all, I shower often. I wash my hair. I use soap. I don't even, role players are just as sweaty as hardcore PvPers. Dude, if you're acknowledging that you're a sweaty no lifer, live in my mama's basement, have a neck beard, haven't run a razor across my face since the start of the pandemic, and now I look like the fucking Unabomber, I don't know. Personal hygiene. I hate when people say sweaty, fat, living in mama's basement gamers. It's just fucking fix the stereotype, gamers. Just because you RP, it doesn't mean you lack mechanical skills in the game, and in many games, a large chunk of the world PvP is motivated through roleplay. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not. It's not. Our peers like to project. Our peers like to project what people are doing as RP. This hopefully will be very clear in a game like Ashes, where we can have entire wars fueled by player politics. All right. Player politics and RP are not the same fucking thing. Okay? This is projection. Sweaty means try hard, not physically sweaty and unkempt. No, sweaty means sweaty. Okay? I'm sorry. Sweaty means sweaty. Call them tryhards. But you chase that insult backwards as to where it came from. It's like calling somebody a neckbeard. Calling somebody a neckbeard is because they don't shave their neck. I mean, that's its origin. That's where it comes from. But so this, it doesn't mean you lack mechanical skill in the game. In many games, a large chunk of the world PvP is motivated through roleplay. No, that's incorrect. That is not true at all. This will become very clear in a game like Ashes, where we can have entire wars fueled by player politics. Again, player politics and roleplay aren't the same thing. They're nowhere near the same thing. Period. This is, so no. Plate mentioned. Okay, so here's the other thing. Plate. Who the fuck is Plate? I don't know who Plate is, but it's like you've gone to like a world-renowned fucking subject matter expert who's taken time out of his day to crack open the tomes of, the pirate code to give you some knowledge. This isn't like an EVE Online where you go to Cribba, This isn't like you've gone to EveCon and you're talking to Cribba. Hey, appreciate the subscription. It's not like everybody in the world knows who this person is. I have no idea who the fuck Plate is. I have zero idea who this person is. So the subject matter expertise level that this is even shaped in is dumb. Plate mentioned that they're already in talks with another RP guild to schedule some skirmishes once we get near the launch. Okay, lots of guilds have done this. Lots of non-RP guilds have done this. I'm really excited to see the narratives player build as we see Neo's rides. Okay, whatever. They've also discussed with other guilds the likelihood of being targeted by those that think they'll be easy targets. And he said that many of the roleplay guilds in the game have agreed to come to the aid of any that are being purposely trolled. Okay, so these now comments are in... Look at how bad this is making this look. Right up here, just because you RP doesn't mean you lack mechanical skill in the game. And have agreed to come to the aid. Many have agreed to come to the aid. So are you good PvPers or are you Zerglings? Because if your guild is so hot shit awesome, you shouldn't need to build an alliance of people to come to the aid of everybody. So if you want large PvP, start trolling RPers. Exactly, Sparky. Exactly. So I don't know what this person's intention with this thread was, but all you've done is said, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If I want PvP, go to the RP server and troll people, and I'm gonna get nooblets to line up. Now, is every single person who RPs a nooblet? No. But you're not gonna try to tell me, sit there with a straight face and tell me that the best PvPers in the world are also RPers. And here's why. Because time is a currency you can only spend once. And the people that are taking time out of their day to RP, and I am in no way shitting on RPers. Again, as I always point out to you guys, I got a whole bookshelf full of tabletop books. I like RP. Shit, I'm a storyteller for LARP. If I had a group or an organization that wanted a storyteller for Vampire the Masquerade, I would storytell LARP in a heartbeat. I would storytell LARP. I'd get a film crew. We'd be filming that shit. We would be doing Paradox Gaming Network presents Chicago by Night. I would do that shit in a heartbeat. I'd make fucking billions on YouTube. But which personally I'd love to see what happens when a guild alliance that large mobilizes. Another large part of our conversation kind of ended up being about the arenas. Play did mention that he's very excited for the smaller, more intimate fights where I personally prefer larger ones. He'd like to see clear rewards and progression for 1v1s. Well, I'm okay. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. I'd like to see a changeable main class. This doesn't have anything to do with our peers. I understand the draw of smaller fights where personal skill carries far more weight. Okay, but that's anecdotal evidence and that's an opinion. Small fights, personal skill doesn't carry far more weight in small fights. Gear carries just as much weight in small fights. In fact, I would argue that skill in a game like Ashes of Creation not being balanced for 1v1s In 1s, 3s, and 5s, skill will actually be the lowest thing that carries. Gear will carry, build, composition, balance will carry, and then skill will carry. Because I don't give a shit how good you are. I don't care how good your skill is. If you're three fighters wearing or using swords, and you drop into an arena versus 3 clerics wearing plate, I don't really need to fucking know much else about. If I know that this is going to be the fight, like, you know, the betting pool, the 3 amigos using swords versus the 3 clerics wearing plate, I know where I'm blind betting my money without knowing another thing about them. I'm putting my money on the 3 clerics wearing plate. Why? Because it's not about fight. It's not about rock, paper, scissors. It's not about rock, paper, scissors balance. It's about rock, paper, scissors with a dice throw, with a card pull, with the flip of a coin balance. You're a cleric wearing plate versus a fighter using a melee weapon. The cleric already has the advantage because your armor type counters physical damage. So there's a lot in there. There's a lot in there. I'd really like to know if others agree that it'd be too hard to try and balance 1v1s, 3v3s, because I don't think Intrepid would be able to ignore the player's cries for balance. They're going to ignore the cries for balance. They're going to ignore your cries for balance because they're not balancing the game for 1v1 or 3v3 or 5v5. But here's why Reddit just boggles my mind. This talked about, do role players make for easy targets? And then the only line that even addresses that, just because you RP, it doesn't mean you lack the mechanical skill in the game. And in many games, okay, just because you RP, it doesn't mean you lack the mechanical skill in the game. No, and nobody has ever said that. But let's be honest for a second, and let's not try to because this is the Jahlon show. We don't run around saying like the politically correct shit to not offend people. Okay? Our peers are our, which type of our peers though? Our peers are our peer equals PV peers. There's no such thing. Okay? There's no such thing. You're an our peer. That doesn't make you mutually exclusive or mutually inclusive into any other group. Our peer isn't equal on the balancing board with PvPers. There are RPers who can't PvP for shit. There are PvPers who don't RP. And then when we start talking about all the, well, there are this that do this and this that do that, there are, and we all know them, man. We all know them. There are PvPers that we know and love that are in our guilds that we don't take to dungeons with us. We just feed that person gear. On the battlefield, on the PvP field, that person is a fucking beast. They are the fucking best tank the best initiator. They're the best initiator I've ever seen. They push, pull, they create opportunities, they create openings, they peel for the they peel for the healers, they create momentum on a PvP realm, PvP spectrum. They're unbelievable. But you put that fucking ADHD have a motherfucker in a dungeon and they literally can't learn how to not stand in the red shit. And you tell them, it's like, dude, don't stand in the red shit. It's not hard. It's like when a mage is dropping a meteor. They're like, well, I understand that. Like because you all know them. You all know you've all had this one PvPer in your guild that you're just like, you know what, dude, we're just gonna feed you gear. We all have that person. We all know that person. By definition, if you're playing an MMORPG, aren't you an RPer? No, I'm a video game player. Because I don't have to do any RPing. I don't got to do any role playing. See, and that was somebody came out into the Discord once and they had that argument. Well, anybody that plays an MMORPG is an RPer, so you all should like RPers. I said, fine, I'm going to play the role of a serial murderer and I'm going to kill all the fucking RPers because I don't like you. Somebody said, what's an example of bad RPing in MMOs? Arbitrary barriers in game that aren't tied to game mechanics? No, bad RPing in MMOs is number one, ERPing. Get a fucking room. It's gross. Like, it's gross. I have no problem with people that want to explore the intimate nature of the interpersonal relationship. Fucking do it in a private chat channel, would you? Do it in a private chat channel. That's why they have Discord. That's why they have Discord chat. You know, that's why they have Zoom calls. If you do a Zoom call, man, it even got a camera. You might... No, I won't. I would say if you do it in a Zoom call, there's a chance that you might see some titty. But the truth of the matter is that it's probably one guy living in his mama's basement with another guy living in his mama's basement, and all they're gonna do is see man boob. They're gonna see moob. Man boob don't count. So yeah, you know what I'm saying though. You know what I'm saying? It's like the people who are like, it's like the guy that was, yeah, I'll show you some toes and said, it's like one guy in the guild who was like, man, I get naked pictures from gamer girls all the time. I was like, yeah, but you spend like weeks trying to get like one picture. He's like, well, yeah, in the end, it's worth it. I'm like, fuck, man, I can go to the strip club 30 minutes away, 2 drink minimum. I can see all the tit I want. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You invest, shit, man. Well, you're investing 700 hours in to get one titty pic. I'm gonna just go have 2 drinks, you know, and then I'm gonna be back on grinding my legendary gear. Yeah, this chat went sideways into the ditch. Because it's the natural destination when you talk about RP in game. And here's why. I don't have a problem with our peers. I have a problem with the fact that our peers don't police their own community. Our peers don't police their own community, and then they leave it so that the rest of the world has to police their community. And how do people police something that they don't understand? Okay? People police something they don't understand by canceling it. And I got no problem with our peers. I do have a problem with our peers that are obnoxious and intrusive. And they're the ones that I love this. I love the fact that there's open world flagging in Ashes of Creation. Because we've all been there and you got that guy blocking a bridge, right? The guy blocking a bridge and quoting Robin Hood Prince of Thieves, or Robin Hood Men in Tights. If you don't pay no toll, then we don't get no roll. Yeah, guess what, man? Hi, get the fuck off the bridge. Well, I'm not going to move until you give me a toll. Okay, well then you're going to get /knife to /I, and I'll take my /corruption. Some RP communities do try to police this situation, but then that falls back on the thou payest not mine sub. So we just axe them in ashes. Exactly. Now, do I got a problem with RP communities that mind their own fucking business, mind their P's and Q's? No. Mind your own business. Do I think that RPers should be hunted down for sport? Unfortunately, yes. Why? Because of the paradox of the paradox of legitimacy. The paradox of legitimacy is this. You, as an RPer, want to start your argument with but we have the right to. Well, first of all, no, you don't have the right to do shit. Please don't use the phrase "you have the right to." I'm guilty of this as well. We throw the phrase "I have the right to," but unless it's given to you by the Bill of Rights, you don't have any rights in a private organization. Now, yeah, RPer, you can't just hit me. You got to roll, Jahlon. Fuck you. Kills the RPer. Nat74 sums up my argument. RPers like to get mad when they get hunted. And then, and like I told you, that guy came to the Discord. He was fucking belligerent about it, telling us all how we're all our peers and we all need to respect our peers. First of all, you can't tell somebody to respect anybody else. Down here, I make the rules. Down here, I'm God, okay? In my realm, I'm God. So you want to say that everybody has to respect our peers, but then you want to look down your nose at me when I said, fine, I'm just going to RP as a mass murderer, as a serial killer. Well, you're just doing that because our peers can't fight back. Well, apparently to everybody else, nobody should feel bad. Everybody's conscience is clear. If they go to the official RP server, the unofficial RP server, unofficial RP server, and start killing them. And then when they say, well, why are you guys doing this? You just point to this thread on Reddit and be like, well, we were told you guys were like the best PvPers in the world. We were told that just because you RP doesn't mean that you don't have. And then here's what happens with that. Then the 20,000 unofficial RPers who don't know how to PvP, they go to Intrepid and they say, "Wee, we're being killed. And wee, can you do something about it?" And Steven's like, "No, I can't. Do your thing within the rule set. Do your thing within the realm of what the rules allow you to do." And those people are like, well, but we just want to RP. We just want to have a safe space. Well, I'm sorry. You got a guy on the Reddit who says you're more than capable of defending yourself. That guy did so much more harm than good. If you haven't seen it in a while, you need to go back and you need to watch Jurassic Park, the original first Jurassic Park with Jeff Goldblum, Dr. Ian Malcolm, the Chaos Edition, and he says, you guys spent so much time trying to figure out if you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. Sure, you can make that post on Reddit, and then that post years from now is going to get used as the justification for why it's open season on RPers on the RP server. I don't know why everybody came to this server. Well, we were told there was good sport here. We were told that there were going to be Tyrannosaurus Rexes and Velociraptors and Dominant Rexes here, and what we got was like those little tiny Gallimimuses that don't hurt anybody. And now we're already rolled onto the server, so we're not re-rolling and we're not leaving. That's the problem with beating your chest and puffing your chest up. Need T-Rex teeth for my greatsword crafting. Yeah. I mean, it's like I don't go out of my way to shit on people. But first of all, the only thing you said in that post, right? The only thing you said in that post is there are some RPers that are good PvPers. Well, of course there are. Nobody has ever made the statement that a small percentage of the good PvPers in the world belong to the RP community. Nobody's ever said that that's not the case. But you can't, very few. You can't run around and be like, well, we're these great people. Well, nobody believes you. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. No RPers are PvPers, and no PvPer can do PvE. It's a lie. It's impossible. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen Care Bears. I've seen Care Bears in games, right? That do not go out of their way. And you guys know that I use the phrase Care Bear with teeth. Care Bears are people that will not PvP. They will not defend themselves. They curl into a ball in the fetal position when they're getting attacked, and they say, "Please don't hurt me." A member of our community did that shit after he, a content creator in our community had to pull the "Please don't hurt me" card after he locked horns with Asmongold, and Asmongold completely just shredded his ass. You don't do shit like that. You don't do shit like that. But our peers are generally the people, or Care Bears are the people who curl into a ball and they say, "Please don't hurt me." Now, Care Bears with teeth, on the other hand, holy shit, I have seen some Care Bears with teeth, like, unbelievable, amazing, absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing combat skills. They don't like PvPing. They don't like that they have these skills. They don't go out of their way to show off these skills, but they have them. They most certainly do have them. Where the hell is it? I'm breaking stuff. Care Bears should not play MMOs. Yeah, Care Bears should play MMOs. Care Bears should most certainly play MMOs. Because if Care Bears didn't play MMOs, are you going to go mine all that shit? Are you going to go process all that shit? Are you going to go do all the content that's boring as fuck? Because somebody has to do it. Somebody, like in EVE Online, man. In EVE Online, somebody's got to build the ships. Somebody's got to make the ammo. Somebody's got to do the jump freighter runs. Somebody's got to do all this shit. If nobody was doing that shit, then PvPers wouldn't be having any fun either. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, games need Care Bears. Yeah, some bitch work. I mean, not to be rude, not to be insensitive, but somebody's got to do the bitch work. And unless you want to do the bitch work, you know, and that's what happens in these video games. It happened in Arcade, man. It was amazing. All these, and I saw somebody mention RMT tryhards. In Arcade, everyone was like, well, all the gear is acquirable through these quests now. So they just unmercifully hunted and killed. All of the people who had no interest in playing the game that way and who didn't want to swipe. They just wanted to enjoy the game. And then all those people quit. And now you got all these RMT tryhards, all these, you know, people standing in the middle of Ostera or Marianopol, and they've got nobody to fight. And before I left Arcade, man, you couldn't find a merchant ship. You couldn't find a merchant ship to steal. And when one appeared on the fucking map, it was like every piranha in the ocean descended on this merchant ship. And it sucked. It absolutely sucked. So I say to people, if you're on my server, I want you to game responsibly. Just like Smirnoff says, drink responsibly. I want you to game responsibly. Don't shit where you eat, man. I'm not saying don't kill people. I'm not saying don't steal caravans. But what I am saying is this. Ready? We're going to use our buddy Mickey over there on the bottom shelf. Mickey is he's a member of the Magic Kingdom Guild. And on Monday, you steal Mickey's caravan. And on Tuesday, you steal Mickey's caravan. And on Wednesday, you steal Mickey's caravan. On Thursday, I'm asking you, if you want to be responsible gamers, don't steal his caravan right away. Whisper him and be like, "Hey, Mickey, I got a question for you, and this is a real question for you, my friend. It's 12:02, and on Monday on this road, I stole your caravan at 12:02, and on Tuesday I stole your caravan at 12:02, and on Wednesday I stole your caravan at 12:02. What in the blue fuck makes you think you're gonna get the caravan through today at 12:02? Talk to him. Figure out what's wrong. Be a decent human being and say, hey man, what's up with, why do you, because some people are going to tell you legitimately that they don't understand something. And then you could be like, look man, I'm going to let you go this one time. Yeah, I'm going to let you go this one time. But man, my guild and your guild don't have good relations. Don't try to run caravans. Now, if it turns out Mickey doesn't reply because Mickey is a bot, go steal that shit again today and on Friday and on Saturday and sit there and watch the road after 12:02 because he might bring another one and another one and another one. So, or maybe offer to help Mickey and kill the ones that try. Oh, shit. Shit, you mean use Mickey as bait for your PvP? Because if you're going to tell me that you're a vulture, and I love The Departed. If you're gonna tell me you're a fiddle and bins and you'll steal anything, then just admit to me that you're a fiddle and bins and you're a vulture and you'll steal anything. But look me in the eye and say, Jay, I steal anything from anybody, and I'll be like, okay. But don't you dare stand there, look me in the eye and say, I only care about good PvP. And I'm gonna be like, bitch, your last 5 caravan kills were against a mouse in a hat. You don't care about good PvP? Because exactly, if you cared about good PvP and challenging PvP, since Ashes has a reward system for defending caravans, you'd see this poor bastard coming down the road again and you'd be like, you know what? I want good PvP. I want a good fight. I'm going to defend Mickey today. I want to get paid, and I want to get some Caravan Defender experience for my PvP season. Now, again, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to judge you if you say you're a vulture and you steal anything at any time. I'm going to be like, high five. Boom. At least you admit to who you are. Boom. At least you admit to what you are. But don't look at me and say, oh, I'm top shelf PvP. I got 2,000 kills this week in this PvP season. Be like, bitch, you farmed the mouse 1,992 times. If you cared about good PvP, you'd play a dead MMO like Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have good PvP, by the way. Ganking could be good. Ganking could be used to increase the cost of goods since the supply is lowered. The supply isn't lowered. I mean, partially, a percentage-wise, but the supply goes back to the point of origin. In my opinion, ganking is good for the economy. No, ganking is not good for the economy. Ganking is not good for the economy. You can't just say ganking is good for the economy in an open statement like that, because that's just not true. Caravan ganking could be good for the economy. Ganking random Joe Nobody, that's not good for the economy. And just because something is good for the economy, even if you want to make the state, even if you want to try to shoehorn the argument of ganking is good for the economy, you got to balance that against ganking is good for the health of the game. If your game has too much ganking, then you have a murder box and nobody wants to play it. So you've got those things you have to keep in mind. Now, there are certain times, fuck the other guy up unmercifully. Fuck the other guy up unmercifully. Node wars, node sieges, castle sieges, fuck the other people up unmercifully. Guild wars, again, if you're, and I don't know what the rules for guild wars are going to be, but say a guild becomes vulnerable to guild wars at level 3, like it was in Arcage. You were vulnerable to Dominion at level 3. You're a level 7 guild. And you're the Iron Islands, and you're Yara, and you've got the 50 best killers on the island with you. And you declare war on a small guild that's just hit level 3, and you know for a fact they're mostly dungeon runners and Care Bears. Don't beat your chest at me and say, we won another guild war. I'm going to be like, congratulations. Congratulations. You're a pro football team that beat up on a high school team. I'm very proud of you. Give me a statement of, man, my guild of 70 people took on a guild of 300 and we kicked their asses. And that guild of 300 also happens to be the castle owning guild in our region. Then I'll be like, good job. I'll be like, excellent. Be like, high five, good fights. Be like, who won the war? Oh, we actually lost by points, but we kicked their ass every time the numbers were even if they had more, we kicked their ass. Be like, good job. Good fights. Show me that montage. Somebody said, I just saw it. Somebody said it. Oh yeah, James said some nice PvP and make some damn cool montages. That's the montage I want to see, man. I want to see your guild kicking the shit out of a guild when you're outnumbered 2-1. That's what I want to see on YouTube. That's what I don't want to see you steamrolling a guild of half the numbers. Show me you outnumbered 2-1 and winning. I feel like caravans are going to have it easier at first. Most likely the hireable guards are going to be complete pushovers. I'll be rushing max level first and then prey on caravans that have been having it easy for a while. I'm no vulture, but I'm going to max out my level ASAP so I can be the first to start picking these heavy caravans out until resistances build up. I got to burst your bubble. Oh, aren't going to be pushovers. Yes. Good, you corrected yourself. The guards are not going to be pushovers. And no, you single level 50 aren't going to attack a caravan and beat it up. The guards are going to be able to slap you around. Guild War rules. Kill them, drive them before, hear the lamentations of their Care Bears. Yeah. Lineage 2 Clan Wars was merciless. There's a classic video on Lineage 2, 9 versus 175. It's insane. Yeah, I wish that I made content back when I first started playing ArcAge because the 28 versus 300 on an almost nightly basis, that was always fun. Can I also just give a shout out to Gamigo Games? I'm going to give a shout out to Gamigo Games. Because only your fucked up company could have this many fuck ups with your marketplace and your credits. I mean, it takes talent to be this fucking bad at your job. Okay? It takes talent to be this fucking bad at your job. I only know what's going on with Gamigo because I do have people on my Discord who still play ArcAge. But every fucking thing I see on my Discord for their news channel is either we fucked this up or here's an event to get you to play the game. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 posts, can I count? The last 5 posts. Double loot drop, come play the game. Please note our existing sales will be expended by 1 day. Okay. Congratulations to our winner of the anniversary event. Come play our game. The marketplace update will unfortunately not happen today due to some technical issues that are being worked on. Our team is investigating the issues that have been reported regarding the store page not loading. It's not like Gamigo, it's not like you fucking make the content. Your only job is to manage the store, and you can't even fucking do that. Like, you wonder why people make fun of you. You wonder why people make fun of you. Okay? That, you want to know why? I'll tell you why. And now they're giving away a Hellkissed something or other. A Hellkissed homecoming bundle. Yeah. Voucher code. Double XP. That was like... What the fuck? The fuck did you claim? Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. The studio behind Taken has finally claimed my video. They can all fight over like the 0.3 of a cent that video makes. Have fun. Good job. But anyway, I'm glad Steven's not gonna listen for regular ArcAge or Unchained. I think it's regular ArcAge. It might be both. I don't know. I'm glad Steven is not listening to the vocal minority. And you know what the best part is? The best part is that there are a bunch of haters about ArcAge, and there are a bunch of haters about ArcAge. There are a bunch of haters about Ashes. They hate Ashes to a point where Steven lives in their head rent-free, and all they do is get riled up, scream at the fucking padded walls, and they don't understand that they are fucking killing they're destroying their own lives. Like, it's like this. If I didn't make content at all, if I didn't have a Discord, a community Discord, I mean, I'd still have a community Discord, because I like talking to people. I like having, like, we have a politics channel that 99% of the time people stay cool. And then, of course, you got to add chlorine to that pool occasionally, because, you know, sometimes people start going at each other and that's not cool. You can address a person and not their argument. Sometimes you got to boot somebody because they can't handle an adult conversation because mentally they're not an adult. But there are people that hate Ashes of Creation. There are people that are so bitter in their lives. They pick everything out and they point, like, yeah, Steven fucked up a couple of times. Guess what? Jeff Bezos has fucked up a couple of times. Mark Zuckerberg fucked up a couple of times. Bill Gates fucked up a whole lot of times. Steve Jobs fucked up a whole bunch of times. The Apple company fucked up a whole lot of times, fired Steve Jobs, fucked up even more, hired Steve Jobs back. People got to realize mistakes happen all the time. Any specific reasons? Yeah, people, I told you guys, Steven's a man. Steven's a human being. Some people like, unfortunately, Steven having a bad day, you go after Steven, he fucking bans you. Guess what? It's what happens. People get banned in communities every single day. The most important thing is to learn from your mistakes. Yeah, it's what I tell people all the time. If you're getting started in content creation, come talk to me. I can't I can't get you to like making millions of dollars a year. But what I can do is I can help you not make all the mistakes I made, and then you can go off and make a whole bunch of mistakes. It's like my daughter's about to be home, and I gotta talk to my daughter about something. And what it is my daughter is 15 years old and school is a mile away. School is exactly a mile away if she goes in the front door, and she can go in the back door of the building, so school isn't exactly a mile away. If she walks to her friend's house, she can cut through her friend's yard, and our subdivision doesn't have an exterior security fence. So if she walks to her friend's house, she can cut through and she can take off like 40%, 40% of her walk. So you're talking 0.6 of a mile. And since we never leave an improper fraction, you're talking 3/5 of a mile. I drove my daughter to school because it's cold. I'm a nice dad. Yesterday I drove her. She didn't tell me where to pull in. Today when I was pulling in, I went the same route and she's like, no, you go there. And I was like, well, you don't tell me where I'm going when I'm about to make the turn. She's learning how to drive. She hasn't learned the whole Saving Private Ryan. I need to know before I'm on the goddamn street. Like, so I'll talk to her today, be like, look, if I fucked it up yesterday, you should have made a little note to yourself when you got home and been like, hey, Dad, I need to tell you, you dropped me off wrong this morning. So now I know where to drop her off, but I shouldn't go through 2 mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Give people feedback. You want to give Steven feedback? Give Steven feedback. He's receptive to feedback. Steven also doesn't trigger ban people anymore. There are a couple of people that I would like to sit down with the community team. There are some people I'd like to sit down with the community team, and I'd like to say a couple of these people should be unbanned. There's not many. There are not many. There are a couple of people, though, I'd like to sit down with Margaret and Toast and be like, why exactly is this person banned? Because and I'm not trying to be like a confrontational jerk about it. Those people legitimately don't know why they're banned, and I was there 3,000 years ago when the Discord started, and I have no idea what a few of these people did to get banned. Now, a couple of people that are banned, we goddamn know why they're banned. There's dossiers on people that have been banned. And those people are like, I don't understand why I've been banned. Well, really? Punk. The prosecution will open its case with exhibits number 1 through 97. The rest are being carted in. You know, it's like, I was there in the muddled dark ages. Yeah, somebody said, you come into the channel and you yell, ban me. It was his first message in the stream. It was like, okay, sure, banned. Sure, I don't comprehend why someone would do that. I don't understand why somebody would do that either, because unknown to people, every ban you have against your account, eventually Twitch is like, no, you're done. And they ban your actual account, which kind of sucks if you have a bunch of stuff tied to your account. But Twitch will ban viewers' accounts just like they ban streamer accounts. So I don't know why you'd want to run into somebody's channel and be like, ban me. So what do you think about starting the game with rusty, broken weapons and working your way up from there? You know, starting the game off wearing rags with a rusty, broken weapon, that shit's been done before. In Ashes of Creation, they're not doing that, because in Ashes of Creation, you're not fucking Joe Nobody. You're not fucking Joe Nobody. You're an actual chosen hero. You're in the second wave of people returning to your ancestral homeland. So you were chosen for a reason. This is interesting because you are a hero, but you are not the hero. This is not Final Fantasy. You are not the Warrior of Light, but you are a chosen hero. You're going to show up wearing some decent armor and you're going to have some decent weapons. I do like the mentality in some games of showing up with like discarded bullshit. It's just like when you think about it in ArcAge had this really big problem. There was absolutely no rhyme or reason why the fuck you started where you started. I'm starting at the edge of a cliff. Even when they added their little boat thing, they were like, here's a little boat tutorial. You're still starting at the edge of the cliff. Why, if I'm a Harani, did I sheer climb a wall of like 90 feet to not go anywhere near anywhere when there was a fucking port right there? Like literally where it tells you that you would be getting dropped off. There's a port right there. Oh, but that port is level 12 and I'm a level 1. Shit made no sense. That's where the goats are. They eat goats. Nice. Do you think in Ashes of Creation you'll start with a class or race specific loadout, or do you think you'll have some choice as they're part of character creation? Can I answer this? Can I answer this? Can I answer this? Yes, I can answer this because it was an Alpha 0. It starts like everything else. You, are you talking about gear? Like, are you going to get specific gear based on your starting race? Is that what you're asking? The answer to that is I would say yes. You will most likely start with what they call the appropriate gear for your class. And then you can change that, of course, as you go. You guys, another thing I wanted to correct somebody on. I don't know why people in the world are so fucking stupid. But when you PM me because I talk about on my show that I drink root beer for caffeine, and I actually tell you I drink in the segment I say I drink Barks because it has caffeine in it. And then the person wants to PM me and calling me an idiot and a moron, and root beer doesn't have caffeine because nothing in root beer has caffeine. I'm an American, baby. And as an American, I must have this label on the side of my bottle, and it actually says ingredients. Carbonated water, fructose corn syrup, caramel color, sodium benzenate, citric acid, caffeine. And underneath that, there's actually a caffeine content. The FDA requires sodas and drinks to not put their caffeine. So it's like, if you're going to be dumb, I guess the person was just going for full Monty dumb. They're like, you're an idiot. Root beer doesn't have caffeine in it. Yes, stupid. Caffeine, soda has, or root beer has caffeine in it because Barks adds the caffeine in. Oh, trust me. The caffeine isn't a lie because I forgot Barks has caffeine in it until I was at Disney this last summer. And yeah, I remembered Barks has caffeine in it. I assume the story was apocalypse and then you teleport to a former world that your people abandoned long ago. That is the thing. So, once upon a time in a land far away, there was a world called Vera. And then one day a calamity happened that scholars still don't understand. From this calamity came forth corruption that started to spread around the world. Unfortunately, the scholars and the mages and the kings and the leaders and the priests and the holy people and even the gods couldn't stop the spread of corruption. The gods, the 7, worried that they were going to lose all of their favored children, created divine gates to send the population to sanctuary, known as Sanctus. Unfortunately, the spread of corruption was too fast and too out of control, and the corruption reached the divine gates before everybody made their escape. There were people who were just entering the divine gates. As the corruption hit the gate, the person was in the slipstream. They were almost to Sanctus, but the moment that the corruption hit the divine gate on Vera, the other end of the portal snapped closed to stop corruption from reaching Sanctus, sending everybody that was in the slipstream back to Vera, where instead of arriving at the gate, they arrived midair and they pulled a griffin out of their ass. However, because the corruption touched the slipstream, they fought their former comrades because their minds were infected. And now it has been tens of thousands of years and we're returning back to Vera. So that's kind of the setting for the lore. Now, what were we doing in Sanctus? I don't know, but what weren't we doing is we weren't intermingling and we weren't bow-chickie-bow-wowing, and we don't have Talnar coming through the gate with us. The Talnar are the result of the 4 parent races getting a lot of bow-chickie-bow-wow on with the birds and the bees, literally, and the frogs. No frog now. And the mammals and the minor races and the reptiles. So can we just talk real life? Why was anybody shebanging the scalies? But that's where we get the Talnar. The Talnar are the result of not keeping it in your pants and banging the bunnies and the iguanas. So, I know, way more lore than you ever wanted to know. It's like, Steven doesn't drink, right? So Steven doesn't drink. So it should be really easy. I want to get Steven drunk and I want to ask him, where the fuck did the Talnar come from? In what part? In the deep recesses of your mind did you not think that people were going to come up with the most perverted and triple X rated explanation stories for these Talnar? It's like, couldn't you have made like a little bit more effort to not have rampant sex be a theme? I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. But then again, some people like their perverted ERP with their justifications. It's also funny. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, I just don't get it, man. I do not get people. So an RP server for the Talnar then? That would have to be super MA. Yeah, right? No, that's why, man. You're already talking about a game where you've got one of the races comes about because of the bow-chickie-bow-wow. We don't need more. We don't need that. We need a nice PG-13. Karthos arrives just in time for the perverted ERP talk. Steven reaching into that demographic to extend the player base. I know, man. It's like so VR streaming is a up-and-coming product. It's an up-and-coming demographic that I don't want nothing to do with. I don't want nothing to do with it because I have seen some bizarre ass VR avatars, and what has been seen cannot be unseen. Little teddy bears running around with ball gags. No. Also, did you guys see, I linked it earlier this week. Trovo is going to try to, James knows that VR chat can go wild sometimes. James has got himself a little ball gag teddy bear. Yeah, that's the internet for you. Trovo is competing with Twitch. And it's kind of funny. Trovo competing with Twitch is a lot like Odyssey competing with YouTube. And it's like, hold up, let me get this straight real quick. You're going to offer people a cut of $30 million, right? You're gonna offer people a cut of $30 million depending on how many viewers, how many hours, how many this that they bring in. But you don't have your infrastructure set up for people to be streaming and viewing in 1080p. It's just like Odyssey is like, we're gonna be a competitor to YouTube. Yeah, I put a couple of videos up on Odyssey and then I went back to watch them and the quality they look like on Odyssey. First of all, you can only upload up to 5K bitrate on Odyssey. Let me tell you, a 10K video or a 1080p video at 5K bitrate looks like fucking busted ass, right? It looks like busted ass. Second of all, you think that YouTube spent 10 years becoming profitable? 10 years becoming profitable. It happened overnight. Yeah. And then it was like the one person on the Ashes of Creation Discord, they brought up a good point. They said the storage of YouTube videos with the constant compression and the constant recompression. And they brought it up. It was a good point. I looked into it. But here's the thing. If you had and this is the part that they didn't want to budge on. So I said, fine, there's no point in talking to you. Some of these videos on YouTube are like 15 years old, 10 years old, and they're 480p videos. And they've been compressed and compressed and compressed and compressed, and now they look like shit. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Because let's be honest, it was a 480p video to start with. It looked like shit in the beginning. And then the person's like, no, that's not the point. No, it is the point. Who cares about what a fucking 480p video on YouTube looks like in 2021? That's like caring about what the fucking VHS looks like on your 4K high-def television. It's like, are you using a fucking VHS? Yes. Then do you own a DVD player? No. Don't buy a 4K TV then. Like, what are you doing? You wanna watch shit on VHS? Get a fucking old school TV. Like I told you guys on Monday, you like The Land Before Time on DVD. You dumped the VHS. Exactly. I told you guys my daughter's TV died a horrible death on Monday, and that was my TV. It was a plasma. It was a nice TV, man. It was a really nice TV. I'm sad to see it go. It was a workhorse around here. But I went out and I got my daughter a new TV, $200. It's like, we're almost to the point where, you know what I wish that the fucking DVD companies would do? Here's what I wish that the DVD companies would do. I wish there was a way for you to go in person to a site, bring your DVDs with you, and then they just somehow scan them and give you the codes so you could put them on digital. And then I would not buy any more DVDs. I would just buy it online. I would just love to have all of my, because I own like 1,500 to 2,000 DVDs, and I can't even find half the shit I'm looking for sometimes. How did it die a horrible death? It was a plasma, man. It had been moved 7 times. It was just old. It had been moved 7 times, house to house. It had been moved probably 30 times, different rooms in different houses. So it was just time for that plasma to be done. It was just old. Yeah, they sell an 8. Yeah, the plasma doesn't like being touched. You basically, if you didn't know this, and this is why plasma TVs didn't last very long. A plasma TV was designed to be bought, mounted, and then never moved again. They sell an 8K Samsung TV at Best Buy, but there's no 8K DVDs or DVD players. Yeah. Again, it's one of those, you did it for the status symbol. I'm going to have an 8K TV, but I'm going to fucking hook a VHS up to it. Okay. The Land Before Time was so freaking awesome as a kid. You know, I saw The Land Before Time in Ireland. It's actually funny. It's the only movie I can remember seeing in Ireland. No, the dinosaurs didn't have an Irish accent. No, Sparky, I'm not talking about moving like VHSs to DVDs. I'm talking about taking my collection of like the Resident Evil series that I have on DVD and being able to go to like a store or a site and just be like, okay, I have the Resident Evil DVDs. Here are my DVDs. Give me the codes so I can put them in my digital online library. And I know some people are going to say is, what are you going to do if Vudu goes out of business? Cry. That's what I'm going to do. What are you going to do if Amazon goes out of business? Fucking cry. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to fucking do. Shit. It's just at the point, you know. They do DVD, VHS to digital cloud media. I didn't think you could do Um, Movies. I'll look into it. 8K TV. I have a 4K TV that I bought on sale from the BX, and it literally took me a decade to upgrade my TV from the old shit. I have a 4K TV, and let me tell you, man, have you all popped in a 4K movie? You pop in these new movies on these new TVs, or an old version of a movie that's been like up rendered, and you're like, damn, that dinosaur's head is weird. What the fuck is this? We need announcements. We need news. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get any news. I think we're going to get news next week. Although I am really stoked for the new website. You guys stoked? You guys stoked for the new website? We're at the point where the human eye isn't even capable of seeing that shit. You know, Karthos, here's the funny part, though. This is, again, another one of those stupid people are breeding faster than smart people. There's all these people that say you can see 4K, you can see 8K. Some people can, and some people can't. Some people are like, you can only see 60 frames per second. Some people say that you can only see 22 frames per second. There's some people who think that 144 frames per second is beyond what you can see. Not every human being is exactly the same. There are people who legitimately can't see the difference between, who cannot see the difference between 22 frames per second and 50 frames per second. There's people that can't see the difference between 60 frames per second and 144 frames per second. They simply can't. There are people who can. I can tell you without a doubt, I can tell the difference between my monitors upstairs, my monitors downstairs, and then my wife's monitors. My wife hasn't done her computer upgrade, and she will for Ashes, her monitors and stuff. But I can definitely tell you I see a difference in the picture. Now, I don't know if it's me or if it's the technology or what, but like I said, that 4K ultra high def TV version, man, that shit's just, I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like the way the characters look. I don't like the way they move. And I'm like, this is crazy to me. But how many frames you can see is irrelevant. What's important is that when your eye picks up a frame, the information is as close as possible, as perfect as possible. Yeah, exactly. But that's also why when you start talking computers and shit, a lot of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and those are the loudest people. There are people who are like, well, I overclock my graphics card. Okay. Why? Well, because so I get more frames per second. Okay. But why? What's the refresh rate on your monitor? 60? Why the fuck are you overclocking your graphics card? What effect are you aiming for? Like, what effect are you aiming for? They're like, oh, it just makes it better. Why don't you get a better monitor? If you want the game to look better, why don't you get a better monitor first? Appreciate that facelifted. Why don't you get a better monitor first? That's probably gonna be a little. I don't know. I don't know. The ability to tell people I have an overclocked graphics card. Yeah, it's like, man, somebody made my head hurt the other day. Somebody made my fucking head hurt. They were talking about how they underclock their computer equipment. For the record, folks, what are those posters that are all psychedelic? And if you look at them cross-eyed, you saw a picture within it. Rorschach tests. Magic Eye is what you're thinking of. Yeah, I was thinking Rorschach tests. You can already tell where my brain goes. Never ever underclock anything. Never underclock anything. Just don't overclock it. Underclocking electronics is really, really, really fucking bad for them. Really fucking bad for them. The person's like, well, I underclock all of my computer equipment and My equipment lasts forever. Okay. You know what's funny is my equipment lasts forever too, and I don't underclock it. I just don't overclock it. It's like, well, I've been doing it my whole life. Yeah, and I'm sure that there's a guy that's been putting his dick in a shark tank and hasn't gotten munched off yet. I ain't gonna do it. The logic of graphic cards and frames per second translates well into the internet as well. Why have an internet above 100 when your Ethernet adapter can only do 100? Gig service on a 110 switch. Yeah, right? There's my weekend plans. Yeah, exactly. Sir Onsington. And that was that was something like in my neighborhood, and we've got, you know, people like you who do internet for a living. The internet guy for our neighborhood is actually on our Facebook group. And he joined it so that he can see when there's internet problems. And the homeowners association let him join it so he can see when there's internet problems. And somebody gets on there and fucking shit talks him about how bad he is and he doesn't know his fucking job and da 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 da. And he's like, not to call you out here, but you're the person using like a 15-year-old switch in your house to try to bring internet upstairs. And I don't know how many times I need to come out there and how many times I need to tell you the reason why you get better Wi-Fi upstairs than hardlined is because your shit is 15 years old. Get new shit. You know, it's like fucking ta-da. Imagine that. Love those people have a 1,000 line in with one device, which is a PS4. Service workers calling it like it needs to be normalized. Yeah, you know, service workers calling it like it is needs to be normalized. That's what I tell people all the time when they're working for me. I was like, please do not sugarcoat anything. If I'm doing something wrong, just be like, I'll be like, I'm giving you permission to just look at me and be like, look, dumbass, you've got this wrong. And I'll be like, okay, no problem, got it fixed. It's like I'm about to do what I do every couple of years with Comcast or with Spectrum. Hey guys, my modem isn't working right. Why? Because they're gonna look at the age of my modem and they're gonna say, oh, okay, bring it in for a replacement. Because they don't give a shit. They don't care. Hey guys, my modem's not working right. I'm not getting internet speeds. You know. Anyone knows in IT, if you're gonna be a dick, you better be very smart or be very humbled by someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Yeah. This is why I'm so blunt. Why waste everyone's time dancing around the issue when I can just tell you exactly what I'm thinking? You know what? That is because we have a generation of people who know shit have been raised where everybody gets a trophy and we don't keep score. Nope. Yep. Community generated list of node names through controlled forum polling. Node naming in general. We all know that the node names can be chosen from a list of pre-chosen names. What I'd like to suggest and have suggested in another thread is that this list is created entirely through suggestions of the community. There has been overwhelming positive feedback with follow-up suggestions based on that, so I figured it would be worth a thread to solidify and talk about the ideas in general. Fucking stupid idea. Just kidding. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but see, number 2 is a mod or a CM goes through the list, strikes out the ones they deem unfit, and adds to the rest to a database Excel sheet. Every week, 20 to 50 suggestions out of the database will be chosen at random and compiled into a poll. The top 1 to 3 voted on names named will be make it into the game as a list of selectable node names. The others will bank into the Excel sheet, so they might be drawn again. I don't have a problem with this at all. This is actually smart. The reason, but they have to control is to avoid Dickville, Third Reich. Yeah, none of that shit. None of that shit. The only valid argument against this idea, which I found, is that the node names are based on lore-based towns and cities from the game itself. Other than that, I think it's a great opportunity to do exactly what Intrepid justified their Kickstarter with, involve the community. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I think it's a good idea. It also takes takes a lot of the um it takes a lot of the bullshit out of it. Spectrum internet satellite? No, I have Spectrum landline. Please. I live in um civilization. Just heard an explosion and the dread came over as I remembered putting a soda in the freezer last night. I never got to. Why do people put okay? Why do people put sodas in the freezer? Why? What's the point? Why do people do this shit? Why? Don't do this shit. Here's what you do. Don't put your no room for a bag of ice, and I was mixing it with whiskey. But waste of whiskey. But waste of whiskey. What are you doing to that whiskey? Here's the trick. Don't put the soda in the fridge. Put your drinking mug in the fridge. Put your drinking mug in the fridge and then drink. But you were doing mixed drinks. So I could see. I could see. I could see that. Get a bigger fridge. Whatever food and shit you have in your fridge, throw out. Because if you don't have ice cubes in your freezer, we have problems. It isn't great whiskey, and I usually drink beer, but I ran out. Oh, first world alcoholic problems. Okay, first of all, if you have a drinking problem, please make sure you get help. I'm going to be a responsible adult. Number 2, Sir Onsington, I'm going to tell you, just get another refrigerator and put your alcohol in it. Because that's what I did. I have a fridge with T-Barks. I have a fridge with T-Barks and Smirnoff in it. So, easiest way to stop your kids from drinking your booze, just take photographs every time you take a drink out, take a photograph. That way, if you're ever like, this doesn't line up, you'd be like, look at the pictures. Hey, wait a minute. It's just like some parents say, I would never want my kid to be afraid of me. Well, I don't want my kids to be afraid of me. I don't want my kids to be afraid of me. But if getting my kids to listen to me requires that my kids be afraid of me, well then fuck. I mean, I want one. It's like, what is it you really want? You guys seen the show Lucifer? Lucifer running around? What is it you really desire? Okay. What I desire is my kids to listen. If my kids have to be afraid of me in order for me to get my kids to listen, whatever. And then, some people say, well, I can get my kids to listen to me without raising my voice. I say I can get my kids to listen to me without raising my voice as well. I find waving the gun around works just as good. I'm kidding, fuckheads, because someone's gonna clip that and gonna be like, oh my God, it's a joke. My God, it's Dennis Leary. He said it back in the 90s, before we became a politically correct or nothing society. Yeah. That's the good thing about living far up in the mountain. Just put it outside and it will cool down. I didn't do that. Didn't want to drink the warm soda to tone down the frozen temperature whiskey. Well, you could also man up, right? And you could do shots of whiskey with a chaser. Although warm soda sounds like you got hold up. It doesn't sound like you have first world alcohol. Doesn't sound like you have first world alcoholic problems. It sounds like you haven't cleaned your fridge since the Obama administration, and your fridge is just full of old pizza boxes, Chinese food that could now be used to cure COVID. That one bottle of hot sauce or chalupa sauce in the back. It's fucking black on the inside. It's good. Just don't touch my bottle of chalupa. I'm gonna need that one day. Yeah, you guys know. You guys, some of you, some of you, some of you, some of you are my age, and you remember what it was like being poor, being broke, coming home on a Friday, fucking payroll screwed up. You're not getting a paycheck until fucking Monday. You're like, shit. You look in your cabinets, nothing. You open your fridge, and you're like, wonder how old that is. Will there be any info on all classes skills somewhere before the April test so we can decide what to level? So a couple of things. Good question. Number one, why does it matter if you have information on the classes before you level in testing? You should be. That sounds like a play question. Alpha isn't playing. Alpha is testing. You shouldn't give a shit about what the skill description are ahead of time is. As a good tester, you're going to sit down and you're going to be like, you know what I'm testing today? Today I'm testing cleric. Today I'm testing tank. Well, I don't want to test all the classes. But why? What do you want to be a tester and not test all 8 classes for? Of course you want to test all 8 classes because you want to have a mindset of what all those classes are going to do, what they should do, how are they balanced, how do they feel? Keep in mind that there are no classes in Alpha 1. There are archetypes in Alpha 1. And the archetypes we are expecting in Alpha 1 early on are going to be mage, cleric, tank, ranger, and fighter. Rogue will be along later. Summoner and bard will be along after that. Are you going to be expecting a complete write-up? No, you're going to be expecting level 1 to 10. But will we not have time to level them all? As I understood, it will take some time, level the max. This is alpha. This is alpha. You're only leveling to low levels. This isn't the whole game. You won't see the whole game until Alpha 2. So yes, this is a very traditional alpha. This is a very Western alpha. Unknown to some people. Unknown to some people. They don't understand how games are developed, and yet they run around the internet acting like they're professors of internet of video gameology. There are people, remember I said earlier there's a bunch of banned people from the community? Well, some of those people are banned because of stupidity. Now, do I get more leeway? Do I get more leeway than some other people in the community? Yes, of course I do. Not because I'm a content creator. I don't get the leeway that I get because I'm a content creator. I get the leeway that I get because what I'm talking about, both the good and the bad, is factual based on project management. If Steven ran away every time somebody criticized him, he'd have a Discord of nobody. Because everybody has criticized Ashes of Creation. However, if you criticize fairly, what's Steven going to do? Ban you? You're going to, you're going to, I don't like the fact that you criticize something that's broken. It's like the movie Troy is an amazing movie. The movie Troy is an amazing movie because Sean Bean in the movie has a great line. He says it's not an insult to call a dead man dead. It's not an insult to call a broken fucking pile of code a broken pile of fucking code. It's like, that's why there's game developers who get mad at me because I tell you guys, I used to tell people, if you take an alpha key to a game, you should do a review for the game. And then I started looking around for the diamonds in the rough. I started looking for any game that I could play that could tie up my time. And so I have a shit ton of free game keys for games that I've played. And I get these nasty grams because I haven't done my game reviews. And what I tell them is, you don't want me to do a game review. Now, there is one game, Ultimate Zombie Defense. Pretty good game. It's like $5. I'll do a review on that. Happy Humble's Burger Farm. Yeah, no, you don't want me doing a game review. Pumpkin Jack, I should have done a game review on. Age of Empires, I should have done one. And Night of the Dead, I should have done one. I do have to double back and get some of these, taken care of. Yeah, how did my Autobot know? Smart one, yeah, because it's a paradox. Automod. But, so alpha testing is trying to figure out how the game is fucked up and then telling the devs about it. Yes, exactly. I've been in betas and discovered that some class race combos I didn't think I'd like become my main from testing. Because betas are more trials. Betas are more trials. Betas are more trials where you're trying to make sure how can I say this? Your value in a beta test has nothing to do with you. Your beta or your presence in a beta test has very little to do with you as a player. You're just a warm body. One of the things in the military, sometimes you end up pissing off a bunch of commanders and you're like, I need to know how this process is going to look. So I need you to send me 50 bodies. And they're like, what are they going to be doing? They're going to be standing in line and they're going to be carrying a folder I give them. That doesn't sound like a very good use of time. Look, fuckhead, I need to know what this process is going to look like in a practical, no shit sort of thing. I need to know how many people, like, you know, chest to back lined up I can put here. So I need all of your squadrons to send me 50 people at this time. I'm going to send a bus. We're going to pick them up. We're simulating a deployment. I need to know what it's going to look like. It's called beta testing. Alpha testing was I walked through it. We did walkthroughs. We mapped it. We looked for the big errors. We made changes. Beta testing is, I just need to see it. I need to see it work. And my wing commander was like, I love the fact that you're telling us that you need to actually see it work. He's like, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to be part of the process. Don't let anybody give me preferential treatment. I was like, you're a good wing commander. And then at the end of it, he came to me and he says, I think there's some spaces that we can make some changes. I said, love to get your input, sir. Didn't really want it, but he's my boss. So beta is basically, alpha is all about testing, giving feedback. Beta is about, I don't like the way this class is balanced. Okay. We really don't care. Now, if you find something in beta that's game breaking, like, did you know that if I put searing flesh and then burning blast and then I drop a meteor on the guy, I do 99,999 damage? And that's when Jeff goes, the fuck? What the fuck happens? You're like, hey, Jeff, I do these 3 steps and I drop 100,000 damage on a guy. He's like, oh, that ain't right. And that happens. I've seen that shit happen. I've seen multipliers where instead of like a 0.17, I've seen a 17.00. That's a huge difference. Is the beta going to be a closed beta or open beta? It is going to be a closed beta. But like I tell people on this show all the time, the more my show grows, the more my YouTube grows. Don't forget, I've got one of these silly channels that you guys probably enjoy. The more my channel grows, the more my YouTube grows. The more beta keys I'll get to give out. So the more beta keys I have to give out, you guys know that. I mean, it's like I won't, and let me tell you, I have no problem with ratting your ass out. If I find out that you're a fellow content creator and you're selling the beta keys that Intrepid gives you, I will rat your ass out in a heartbeat. Because that makes all content creators look like shit. Don't do that. You get beta keys to give out to the community. You give them out. I don't give a fuck if you're a broke ass eating ramen, licking salt, opening up ketchup packets, trying to keep your blood sugar up. You don't sell beta keys from a content creator program because that's a real good way to get your channel banned. No shit. And your account banned. No shit. That's a dick move from the content creator. And I'll tell all the fellow content creators, I will fucking call your ass out if I catch you doing that shit. I will call your ass out. My wife has her own access. My wife doesn't get anything from me. She has her own $500 account. She'll do her own testing. Nobody in my community gets like, and people in my community, this is what they find out. They're like, hey man, when you get a beta key, can I get one? No, I give them away. Well, man, hook me up. I'm in your community. Hey man, right click, kick. You're not in my community anymore. I fix that problem because you're not the kind of person I want in my community anyway. There's a content creator begging Intrepid for free shit to give away on their stream to boost their own viewers. We all know who I'm talking about. I have no idea who you're talking about, to be completely honest. And And that content creator probably needs to go to my website and the Jahlon School of Growth, because that's not how you grow. That's not how you grow. Now, content creators, anybody out there that's trying their hand at stream, trying their hand at YouTube, you can always contact me. I have a website set up for content creator advice. I mentor people. Some people are like, the best one I've got was when someone publicly said, well, asking you for help isn't very good because you don't know how to grow a YouTube channel. And I was like, well, yeah, they're Mr. 12 subscribers on YouTube. And that's all I said. I didn't, yeah, Mr. 12 subscribers on YouTube, ... And I just went on with my life. And people were like, dude, that was savage as fucking mean. I was like, getting called out by a guy with 12 fucking YouTube subscribers that I don't know how to grow a channel. I said, I can't get you. I can't get you to like the PewDiePie level, but I can get you off the fucking street corner. And you people and you dirty people with that Mickey Mouse on a street corner cartoon, that's no bueno either. Anyways, we're going to finish up this Stream Raiders map. I'm going to take my first break of the show. I want to go say hi to my daughter. She got home. My wife had a bunch of teeth filled today. She's not in a happy mood. So I think it's important that when a kid comes home from school, a kid should be greeted by their parents when they come home from school, if at all possible. They should be talked to on their way out the door, if at all possible. Now, my teenager is like, half demon. I'm afraid in the morning I haven't had enough tea in the morning to defend myself. She might decide to eat my soul. So I gotta be careful in the morning. Her jaw just unhinges. You have your hands full? Yeah, man, I got 5 daughters. I have 5 daughters. Oh shit, that is a lot of fuck, we gonna die. Oh. That is a lot of busters. Thank you for having a bunch of cannon fodder. Boom. Look at all these rogues middle of the screen going for the treasure chest. Oh, that was funny. I have no boys. I have all girls. My youngest is now gonna be 8 next month. The on-running joke in my household is, will my daughter turn 8 before Origin gets me my computer? Oh, and somebody asked, yeah, tomorrow I'm doing PvP. I don't know exactly what time, because I've got some stuff I got to do around the house. And then I'll be here for PvP. I'm not going to lock the channel yet. But if you guys are going to be PvPing with us, if you guys are going to be PvPing with us in Stream Raiders, you do want to join my Discord, because eventually I will lock the PvP. Eventually. So I will be back. Oh, wait, hold on. Paladin. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Get yourselves a drink, get a coffee, get whatever it is. Busters for everyone. Yeah, get whatever you need. I'll be right back. Probably like 3 minutes. All right. So either my wife got up and took my daughter somewhere, or my daughter stole the car. Either way. The live stream is the 29th. All right. So we're going to craft a question. We're going to craft a question together, and then we're all going to post the same. We're all going to post the same question, unless unless you guys want to ask your own specific question. We're not gonna waste this opportunity. So, can a non-citizen use crafting benches in a node, or do we already know? And should I ask? There are some benefits in a node. There are some benefits that only citizens can access. So, some of those crafting benches may not be available to everyone. Some of those crafting benches may not be available to everybody. Now, could you ask that question? Sure, you could ask that question. However, I don't think that they're ready to answer that question. Because remember, when we ask a question, it has to be answerable. So it has to be answerable, and I don't think they're ready to start talking about who can use what. So a bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to the 10,000 concurrent numbers you have given. How are you going to ensure that the first weeks and months of the game are not simply people stuck in queue? Now, stuck in queue, and how does this work given primetime servers and for the nightly / weekly for the scheduled events for prime time on the servers for scheduled events? Let's see. Can we get a sticky note with the questions we have to choose from? No, there's only one question. There's only one question. Does queue time affect the pre-bought playtime? Well, yes, because queue time would affect the pre-bought playtime because pre-bought playtime isn't like a pay-as-you-go. This isn't like a pay-as-you-go phone plan. You get a month, so you get 30 days. You don't get like it's not like you get 720 play hours. You get 30 days of playtime. If you're sitting in queue, you're sitting in queue. So let's transfer this over. A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to the 10,000 concurrent players. Players number you have given. How are you going to ensure that the first weeks? How are you going to ensure that doesn't need to be there? That's an overused word. A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts ratio. It's not a number, it's a ratio you have given. How are you going to ensure the first weeks and months of game time the first weeks and months of the game are not simply people stuck in a queue? And how does this work given prime time? Given the prime time idea for scheduled events. Let's take a look at this question together and see if we can make this question better. Yeah, you're just gonna copy and paste this question as your question. But let's Let's take a look here real quick, and many hands make light the work. Oh, can't do it that way. Or how can we do this? This way? This might work. Ah, a bit of oh, and then I suppose what we could do is, there we go. A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to the 10,000 concurrent players ratio you have given. How are you going to ensure the first weeks and months of the game are not simply people stuck in queue? And how does this work given the prime time idea for scheduled events? The next live stream is the 29th. Yeah, this isn't about us trying to solve the problem. This is us. This is them. This is them answering it. I would say locked out of the servers, but you can't get locked out of your server. You can't get locked out of your server because you can pre-register. So that piece, see, I don't want them to be able to answer that. Do you think Ashes is going to be a AAA title? No, it's an indie title because it's not a AAA studio. It's an indie studio. That's all that matters. When it comes down to, is it a AAA title or an indie title, that has to do with who made it. It doesn't have anything else to do with anything other than who made the thing. 7 Days to Die, financially successful, still an indie game. 7 Days to Die is not a AAA game. Their studio is less than 20 people. It's still an indie title. It's more successful than some other games. Yeah. AAA isn't the status or popularity of the game. It has to do with the status of the studio publishing it. Absolutely. Alrighty. So a bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent player. I'm gonna disarm this question a little bit to the 10,000 concurrent players ratio, which has I'm gonna take that. I think I'm gonna take that out altogether. It doesn't. I mean, it's not like there's a ratio that hasn't been given, so I can take that out. Let's take a look at this version. Why are you doing this to me? A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent players ratio. Better. Did I just draft this? No, I've been drafting it in my head for several days. Weeks, actually. A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent players ratio. How are you going to ensure the first week's months of the game are not simply people stuck in queue? And how does this work given the prime time idea for scheduled events? A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent players ratio. How are you going to ensure that the first weeks, months of the game are not simply people stuck in queue? And how does this work given the prime time idea for scheduled events? I think we got it. Curious to see how you do it. I just type shit up, barely bother to proofread it even once and send the message. Oh no, I think about this stuff all the time. What's the context? There's not a context. It's not a clip. It's a conversation from the Discord. See, he said it in a clip, and I call that a carism, and I got him to reconfirm on the Discord. So let's do that. Let me grab this just so from Steven. Um, let's see. Can't find the quote. He's confirmed 50,000 accounts will be on a server built for 10K, and those numbers are concerning. Yes. I can't think of any question. Do you have any others for us to ask? No, I don't. So. Trying to find where we talked about this. Let's do this a different way. From Jahlon. Let's see. Did he actually answer it? I'm trying. When the fuck? It was recently that he and I talked about it. Unfortunately. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. I could do the ever famous everything Steven has said. Let's see. This is always difficult. Always difficult. I don't remember when he and I talked about this. Yeah, fuck, man, I can't. Oh, there's a keyword I can probably find. Here we go. Can you confirm 50,000 accounts per server and 10,000 concurrent? Is this a long-term goal or an at-launch goal? That is our launch goal. Those numbers should remain relatively close to our launch day strat. So with primetime servers, you don't think 5-to-1 will cause 40,000 person queues. We'll be using some character creation throttles on launch week to balance the player populations. So. Okay. So. Here we go. This is gonna be this is the question, and I'm gonna post it. No, that's not gonna be the question. I'm gonna grab it from here. First week's months. Let me make sure. Okay. Here's the question. If anybody else doesn't have a question, you can ask that one. And yes, we are using social engineering, and multiple people are asking the same question. And I understand what we're doing. And that is part of being more than just one person. It's being a network. If you guys don't have a question, of your own to ask, you can go to this thread and you can copy and paste that question in, and then Toast is going to see the same question over and over and over again, and she's going to be like, raw. Yeah, here's the problem. That's pretty standard for launches now. It's pretty standard for launches that they lock character creation. However, having a setup where you know you're gonna have, like, because okay, so there is some industry standard stuff. There's some industry standard numbers, right? There's some industry standard numbers. One of those industry standard numbers is retention. Is player retention. What? Fine. You can be seen. Even though you've been asleep half the show. You're supposed to produce the show from the start. Executive producers on set. Yeah. And he's like, you're standing up. It's my chair now. Bye. No, on the desk. So, there are some industry standard numbers. You can expect your retention to be between this and this. You can expect your player return rate on new expansions to be between this and this. I need the second camera because having to readjust every time sucks. But you can expect this to be this. You can expect this to be this. And those are all industry standard numbers. Should we quote and say, yeah, this, or straight copy paste? Straight copy paste, man. Just straight copy paste. Copy and paste the question and just put it in as yours. Go for it. It's not like there's gonna be some big fucking surprise where it came from. But when it comes to like a standard game, like we talked about, you can't use what other games have done. You can't use what other games have done because phasing and sharding in other games doesn't mean the same thing as it does in Ashes of Creation. In Ashes of Creation, phasing and sharding isn't possible. I mean, it's totally possible. It's totally possible. However, they've said they're not going to do it. Not sharding. Words matter, but so do letters. But they said they're not going to do it, and I understand why they're not going to do it. And I don't want them to do it. I'm not advocating for sharding. I'm not advocating for instancing. I am advocating for, I want to know what, like, because, like I said, it comes from the book Extreme Ownership. I struggle with continuing to advocate because I don't understand the plan. I don't understand the plan. And the not understanding the plan means it becomes a talking point I can't address. If somebody were to say to me, hey, Jay, do these numbers make any sense to you? The answer has to be no. I don't have a damn, like, and seriously, ever since we had that I had that conversation with Steven, around the 22nd of December, Steven and I had this conversation. So this has been going on for a month. This has been stuck in my head for a month, and it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like knowing you have a ticket to a theme park, right? And then having to stand outside in queue all day and not ever getting in because the park's capacity was 10,000, but they sold 50,000 tickets, and you can't go in until people have left. Now, I know some people turn around and say, well, isn't that what the lines for the ride are? Sure, absolutely. However, once you're in the park, there's no guarantee when you're in a theme park that you're going to get to ride every single day. What the guarantee is that you're going to be in the park. Your ticket for admission gets you into the park. Now, sure, you might not want to wait 3 hours for a ride. And let me tell you, the last time I was at fucking Universal, if you didn't have an express pass, holy shit. There were people waiting 3 hours in line. I don't know what the hell was. Oh, because it had to do with social distancing. Universal Studios, their rides aren't really social distancing friendly. So, Disney's rides are way more social distancing friendly. But yeah, there were people that are like, well, I've been waiting in 3 years, or I've been waiting in line for 3 hours. Yeah, you have. But your entry ticket to the park, a lot of people always forget all that other shit. They're like restaurants, games, side attractions, photo ops, all those other things. Those are all part of your ticket as well. You were just at Disney World, 10-minute wait. Hey, Karthos, were the shows running, or are the shows still shut down? Like Phantasmic and like all the other shows that you sit down, are those still shut down? Because I'm thinking about maybe treating my kids to a quick Disney trip. They're still shut down. Well, fuck that then. Did you ride Rise of the Resistance? Sorry, we're going off on a Disney tangent. It's okay though. They did the parades. Yeah, we didn't have any parades. We had no shows. Some of that has to do with the Actors Guild. The performers are a part of a different guild. So maybe a COVID road trip, and then later when shows open up, to a 1-dayer. We already did, Sir Arnsington. I took my family down to Disney last summer. We were there for my daughter and her best friend's graduation. So when's the new hotel opening up? I don't know, because we stay at we have found the hotel we stay at. We stay at Kidani Village. I like opening up my my window in the morning and seeing giraffes. So the Star Wars, Galaxy's Edge, the Star Wars hotel is already open. The Galactic Star Cruiser is already open. Or it's supposed to open this year. It's listed as open. However, I need to check if that's actually accurate. They didn't do the meet and greets, but they paraded the characters around on floats, and you could stand back and take pictures with some of them while they were roped off. Yeah, Universal did that as well. And that's another one of those things that people got to remember. Yeah, the difference between a theme park and an MMO is inside the theme park, they can have a lot, like, because they know what their maximum hourly ride capacity is. This is actually, I was getting excited about doing a internship at Disney, but they know what their maximum hourly ride capacity is, but they allow way more people into the park than that number, because you got people doing meet and greets. You got people, did you know you got people that go to the theme parks just to meet the characters, get autographs, take pictures, see the shows. They never ride a single ride. Usually people with toddlers, usually people with little ones. And then some people do the kid swap, because sometimes people are like, I don't understand why you would bring your kid. Well, some people do the kid swap. Man, what you said is exactly what Steven is doing. They know the ride times, but allow much more people into the park. But the problem is, Sir Onsington, the problem is, it doesn't work for an MMO, because you got to get everybody on the server. What I'm talking about is, Disney lets 50,000 people into the park, knowing that only 2,500 can participate in rides, castle sieges. Right now, so that's why we need the answer to that question. Steven, how's this going to work? Because here's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want to continue to do this. Hey guys, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet, do me a favor and click on that referral link. It lets Intrepid know that I'm still reaching new people. I will disclose I do get a kickback, but it costs you absolutely nothing. Not asking you to buy anything, just asking that if you haven't made your account, go ahead and click that link, make your account today. But every time I do that, it comes with the wholeheartedness that I'm not shilling. If I'm not a shill, then I 100% wholeheartedly believe in Ashes of Creation. If I 100% wholeheartedly believe in Ashes of Creation, then I say the good, the bad, and the ugly. Right now, there's bad and ugly. The bad and ugly is, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not criticizing the plan. I will criticize the plan if the plan needs to be criticized. But right now, I'm like, hey, boss person, I don't understand the plan. And I can't in good faith advertise and market and promote and all these other things your game if I don't understand. Because what I don't want to have happen is another ArcAge situation where a bunch of people put down their cold, hard cash, hard-earned money, their fucking stimulus packages, and shame on you people if you're spending your stimulus package on video games and then you don't have enough to eat. There were people who did that shit, and I was like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? Your stimulus package is your your nest egg. Not a high priority, but I wish I could verify that referral code just for peace of mind. Yeah, you know, I did bring that up to Steven years ago. I said, you know, Steven, it's a little odd that a game with a studio, of like a tenth of your people and a tenth of your money. I know the usernames of all the people who signed up with my referral code, and they're not giving me 15% of their purchases. But so I spent my stimulus package on Disney gifts for my niece and nephew, right back into corporate America. Well, what a good uncle you are. Since node sieges are 250 versus 250, how will that work with the 10K people and not having people interfere with the siege? Because you're not authorized to be in the area. So that's actually really simple, right? I can explain that because it's been done in many, many games before. It's all been done before. Not a song. It's all been done before. It's real simple. Actually, it's real simple. Something got my attention in the other room. I'll be right back. Sorry, cat is hissing and spitting at the litter box. So anyway, here you go. You have your castle, right? And then you have your area around the castle. That is your play area. And then around that, you have a you have a border around the castle and the castle play area. It's probably not the best shape. Let's do a square. So if you do not belong in the siege, and the moment you cross the blue line, you die. So that's actually really easy. So the orange area is the play area for the castle siege. The red area obviously being the castle. The blue area, you cross the blue border and you die. It's just that simple. You don't belong there, you die. Period. The star was good. Looked like an 18th century fort. Yeah. 6 out of 37 questions are a bit of concern on the 5,000. Good. I thought siege was instanced. No, sieges are not instanced. They very well may end up being instanced. And the truth of the matter is, I would love for them to instance the sieges. There's lots of benefits for it. Very, very little drawback. Lots and lots and lots of benefit. If they, so if you don't just make it in time, you'll just be walking into, well, no, if you belong in the siege, you're allowed to walk into it. Remember, castle sieges, node sieges, two totally different things. Castle sieges and node sieges, two totally different things. But I definitely think that they could do some instancing. They could do some instancing, and they could get a lot better performance. Sure, they'd have to give up on the open world siege thing, but really, so here's the thing: if you're going to require people to pre-register for the siege anyway, it's not open world, so it's not really that big of a deal. You're like, well, we require people to pre-register. Okay, well then it's not an open world siege to begin with. Do we know if there's ever an instance where you can lose your ship permanently? We don't have enough of the ship rules to know that yet. It is possible. It is possible that you will lose your ship personally. Is he here? He's never here. He never shows up anymore. We have time to do 3? Yeah. I'm gonna try to do this one. Oh, 1, 2, 3. We got 4. Oh, I don't know if we have time. I I don't know if we have time to do 4. We're gonna try. Oh, but we'll be doing PB. We might. Oh, can't place outside the area. Well, I don't want to. How long have we been live? So I got 2 hours. Yeah, we have time to do 4. What's wrong with me? Sorry, guys, my back is hurting today. I hurt my back carrying down a TV, and so that's why you've been seeing me jump around, back and forth, getting up and sitting back down. So ships, yeah, we don't know all the rules about ships, but we do know that ships can be damaged and have to be rebuilt. Now, we don't know if it's like the caravans where once they're destroyed, you're going to drop certain parts. You have to try to go recover those parts, and then you have to build new parts for whatever's not salvageable. I don't think ships would work like that, because that would kind of suck if your ship got blown up, and then you had to recover the parts and you died and you had to respawn. I think that would be too punishing. But yeah, we just don't have that answer. We just don't have that answer yet. What's my opinion on the fireball animation that everyone was talking about? Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about animations. I give a shit about the mechanics behind animations. I'm usually not watching my own character. I'm usually watching everything else going on the screen. I usually memorize my global cooldown. I usually memorize my global cooldown, and so I don't care what the animation looks like. Now, if the game has animation canceling, which is different than action aborting or action canceling, then that matters. But I don't care. I care about what's going on with the rest of the fight. It's the same reason why some people tell me they run a female character, because if they're going to stare at ass all day, they want to stare at a female's ass. And the only thing I say back to that is, does cartoon, animated, graphical ass do it for you? I'm not judging, but if that is your answer, that you play a female character because you want to stare at female ass all day, then it kind of goes along with another one of my prove me wrongs. It just goes along with another one of my prove me wrongs, and it is this one. Okay, where's my image? The suspense, we built up the suspense, and it didn't deliver. Oh man, my hands are bad today. My hands are bad. People who want boob sliders in video games are the kind of people who can't see boobs in real life. Just my opinion. If you're that afraid of your homosexuality, you need to remove male ass from your world, then I guess you do you. Picking a female character sounds like insecurity. Hey. Not nice. Not nice. So yeah, I don't care. I don't care about what my character is doing. Now, if enough people should a video game designer ever start making changes due to the vocal minority? No. No. But if it's the vocal majority, then you got to listen, because the vocal majority isn't just a vocal majority. They are, in fact, the majority. Not that this is a democracy, not that the majority rules, not that you can force or compel Steven to take an action he doesn't want to take just because you're the majority. You could want the Talnar canceled. You could, too much of the community wants the Talnar. You could want the Talnar canceled all you wanted, right? You could want the Talnar canceled. You could get a huge population of people to want to cancel the Talnar. Steven's not going to cancel the Talnar. It's just going to be like, nope, sorry, heard you. Not going to do it. It's just like, I love the Frognar people. The Frognar people, they've stuck with it longer than anybody else has stuck to. But where they fucked up is they went and did a change.org petition. Now, here's why doing a change.org petition was a really bad idea. Because you may have a solid vocal minority going on in the Discord, but the moment the moment that you make a change.org petition and you only get like 45 signatures or 65 signatures, you've literally just proven you're the vocal minority. Don't ever do a poll or a petition or a movement or a whatever until you are sure that you are going to have, you know, until you are sure you are going to have a vocal majority. Otherwise, it's like, okay, less than 0.4 of a percentage point of people want Frognar. The return on investment of Frognar is minimal. Maybe they need the Talnar for lore purposes. They do need the Talnar for lore purposes. That's why no matter what happens, the Talnar are going to be there. They've already added the extra 100 square kilometers. They've added the tunnels into the Underrealm. They've added a lot of content. It doesn't matter. 100% of the players could say we're against the Talnar, and Steven would be like, yep, and we're still going to have Talnar. They might not be a playable race at that point, but there's still going to be Talnar in this game. Does not mean I don't want my in-game waifu. That comment disturbs me. I was working at the FedEx ground at the time, moving boxes onto trucks, and the manager called this bro out for how he won the wet t-shirt contest. We actually, when I was in Air Force tech school training, we had a bar in town that was a nightclub and a bar. It was 5 bars in one. It was called Graham's Last Resort. And it was, in one of them, they had wet t-shirt contests. And if you were phase 4, if you were a phase 4 student, you didn't have a curfew. You didn't have bedtime. You didn't have to be on base. You could actually consume alcohol during the week. Now, I didn't consume alcohol during the week because I was like, fuck that. I have all this bullshit to do. But I did occasionally go out to dinner during the week, and I occasionally didn't rush back to base. And one night I got a call and said, hey, can you come pick up a couple of us? The driver doesn't want to go back to base. And I said, sure. I said, where are you? They said, Graham's. I was on good terms with the front doorman at Graham's. I walked in. I said, hey, I'm just going to be here a minute. I'm picking up people. I don't know what's going on. They're not answering their phone. The guy was cool. He's like, yeah, go in there. I go in, tap the people on the shoulder. I was like, hey, let's go. I'm here. They said, hold up. Look who's up on the stage. And I was like, I don't want to look at who's up on. Well, this is awkward. And so I was like, guys, come on, we got to go. If you want to ride with me, we got to go. So we left. The next day, it was pretty awkward because one of our fellow trainees, one of the fellow airmen who was in training won the wet t-shirt contest. It became a talking point among the students. And it also became a talking point among the teachers at the schoolhouse about this really hot girl who won the wet t-shirt contest last night. Needless to say, there was some questions if teachers and students were drinking together, and that's a big no-no. Not that they're teachers and students, but because they're airmen and NCOs. So I just don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe I'm not meant to understand. Let's see. Some people are weird. Some people are weird. Back in 2017, you had yet to decide on the use of API. Yep, they've updated API. I can't remember if I've asked this one before. Holy fuck, man. You don't know if you've asked the question before. No. You had one in your unit that was stripping on the side. Yeah, I got that. I got that form across my desk more than once as the flight commander, because the flight commander has to sign off on all secondary employments for the enlisted. And I didn't know. I didn't know. Fucking this form comes up and it says most of the time it was like, I'm gonna go work at UPS around the holidays. I'm gonna work at a department store around the holidays. People want to pay off their mortgages. They want to buy their kids extra gifts. They go work retail. More than once I got the one, I'm gonna be a stripper on the side. After the first time I had to call up base legal. I was like, hi, legal. And they're like, hi. I was like, I got a question. Person's like, sure. I was like, I really don't want to ask you though. Can I have one of the lawyers? And the girl's like, the lawyers are really busy. And the paralegal was a female. I was like, I really don't want to ask you this question. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that you're only a paralegal, though. It's just an awkward question. And she's like, sir, I'm a paralegal. I get asked awkward questions all day long. I said, are my female airmen allowed to strip? And of course, there's a long pause. As secondary employment. And she's like, oh, that radically changes the answer I'm about to give you. It's like, are they allowed to work at the strip club? And they said they are allowed to work at any strip club that is not on the off-limits establishment. I was like, alrighty. But can anybody guess where the punchline of this joke is going? What happened as soon as people found out that one of their female colleagues was stripping at a public strip club? You can probably fill in the blanks for yourself. And then, of course, it turned into a whole other issue. A whole other issue. But they went to see her. Bam. That establishment became off limits. Also, bam. Ding, ding, and ding, ding. Ding, ding, and ding, dong right there. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Of course, you know, after a while, I got tired of all the bullshit drama, and I just said, no. Why aren't you letting me do it? Good order and discipline. Good order and discipline is the greatest friend of any officer. I can say no, as long as I can articulate to the JAG why I think this is going to affect good order and discipline in my flight. I can pretty much do anything I want, as long as it's not illegal or immoral, and there's not already another law or rule that supersedes it. So... oh, grumpy old man. Not nice. Not nice. Not nice. Funny. Not nice. Good order and discipline is also the friend of the senior enlisted. Yeah, good order and discipline is the friend of everybody that has people underneath them. It's like top officers, middle officers, junior officers, top enlisted, middle enlisted, lower enlisted. The only people who don't ever get to use good order and discipline are the lower enlisted, because honestly, good order and discipline is being imposed on the lower airmen. So I'm trying to see if there's any good questions yet. That's actually not a bad one. I want to jump over there. Ah, right. Ah, yes. So which beta do APOC players get into? None of them. APOC players don't get into any beta specifically. If you were an APOC player, you got into APOC. That's what you got. Let's see. Well, first of all, we'll turn this off. Yeah, there's a good question about server loading. It's been asked about 6 times. I know, right? It's good stuff. Side monitor for Twitch. Nope. This one. Saved. Kalez is a good dude. Back in 2017, you had yet to decide on the use of API and how extensive you would like to make information available. Have you come any closer in regards to what you will allow players to extract, if any? Nothing. They're not making APIs available because they don't want that information to be available. The information they want you to have access to, they will give you in game. Now, what I would love, if they have the time before launch, I would love for them to do a kill mail system like EVE Online has. I would love for them to do a kill mail system like EVE Online has. I think it would be great. So I have a question I was wondering about. Will there be heirloom items? You're going to have to be specific on what you mean by heirloom items, because that term has come up in several games, and That has come up in several games, and they all are different in different games. Costumes don't have level restrictions. Does this mean that we'll be able to apply their costumes as soon as they log in on game day one? Yep. You can play pretty dress up on day one. Boom. Items that grow as the player grows or can interchange between characters. So no, there's not going to be heirloom items to my knowledge. Personally, when it comes to heirloom items like that, I don't particularly like that that mentality of gearing. I dislike that mentality of gearing because it really screws over the crafters. If you have an item that you get at level 1 and then you never need to exchange it anywhere and you keep it with you forever and it grows with you and levels with you and is blah, blah, blah. Then what happens is you never need to go to the marketplace. You never need to buy new stuff. This is kind of the problem that Arcage had with Hiram gear starting at level 1. People got their Hiram gear at level 1. Some people never, ever bought any Aranor pieces. So now, an item like that couldn't be tradable. An heirloom item like that can't be tradable. It must be bound to a character. So I don't think we haven't heard anything that there's going to be a heirloom item. And if there was an heirloom item, they would be bound. They'd be character bound. So because that's very pay to win. Very, very pay to win. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be pay to win if it only leveled with you. If they all were level 50, if they all had the same stats at level 50, then everybody would have it. They'd have the same item when they reached level 50. If we were talking about an item that you leveled, the more shit you did, the more XP it got, like some relic weapons in some games, then yeah, that'd be pay to win. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Buttons. Hydrate. I will hydrate. I'm actually, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, there we go. I am actually cotton mouthing bad today for some odd reason. And of course, we get this question. I don't know if I've asked this one before. Okay, well, if you don't know if you've asked it before, then how do you know if it's been answered before? We're going to be breaking up what is traditionally called questing into 3 different categories: narratives, events, and tasks. Will all 3 types of quests be given by NPCs, or is there a specific location for each of those? Notification board in town for tasks, some sort of announcement for events, NPCs for narratives. All of this shit is on the wiki. All of this shit is on the wiki. You don't go to a particular spot for, like, for a community member that's been in the community for as many years as Magic Man has been. This question actually pisses me off. Because these answers are there. And it's one of these people that is in the community but refuses to learn anything. Tasks can be given in town. Tasks can be given in taverns. Tasks can be given by a task board by the mayor. Mayors can generate these. Events, you're going to get notifications on your phone. You're going to get notifications when you log in. You're going to get notifications for events, sieges. I mean, and then you're going to know this from word of mouth, talking in taverns. NPCs for narratives, yes, but you're also going to get narratives from being out in the middle of nowhere. You're going to be out in the middle of nowhere, and you're going to find a rabbit hole, and the rabbit hole is said, where are all these rabbits coming from? Hey guys, give me 1 second. I realize why I'm getting confused and cranky. It's afternoon. I haven't had any sugar yet. I'll be right back. So I couldn't figure out why stuff on my desk keeps getting misplaced. I couldn't figure out why stuff on my desk keeps getting misplaced. Hi. Do you belong up here? Is this your desk? Is this your desk? No? No, it's not your desk? Okay, because this is not your microphone, and you're bashing the shit out of it. Ow, shit! Buddy! Ow, motherfucker. That hurt. Someone's getting his nails cut today. I got kind of a good question. Assuming there's definitely going to be NPC shops, would the Elf City have gold and elegant weapon styles in shops compared to an orc weapon being rusty and has bones in it? Fuck you, you racist. Fuck you. I will have you know that in fucking Ashes of Creation, the Vec are the smartest race, and they're the fucking orcs. They are the astronomers. They are the ones who build the astronomy towers and the telescopes, and they're the ones who have the divine inspiration and guide by the stars. Why do you gotta be racist? Just because our Renkai cousins look like they're gonna fucking eat you, okay? Orc stereotypes ruin lives, man. Not cool. The only stereotype allowed in this game is Talnar hatred. You two stay over there. The two with sharp claws. He got my stomach too. So, don't be fucking racist. That's racist. We could eat you though. It's okay. It's like this, man. It's like this. The Renkai and the Vec. I am the supreme leader of the Vec. I am the supreme leader of the Vec. Right? I didn't name myself this. Fucking Dirty Puma. He made me the supreme leader of the Vec. Okay? Let me just say this. The Renkai, the orcs, the Kvek orcs, we don't have this infighting that all these other races have. We don't. The Renkai, they eat the people. The Vec, we read and write cookbooks on how to better cook people. It's okay. It's all right. Our children races, we cooperate. So, Talnar are the only race too dumb to leave the world while it was getting fucked up. So the Talnar didn't leave the world in time while it was getting fucked up. And then the Talnar are the result of your great granddaddy putting his dick in a chicken. They fucked the minor races. There's a reason why they're called the minor races. All right? There's a reason why they're called the minor races. So remember, every Talnar has a great grandparent from one of the parent races that was pure. And then those parent races were stuck in the ground. No, minor with an O. Minor races. The lizard people, none of the avian people survived. They took to the skies, and we see how well that worked out. But yeah, this is what happens. Yeah, FBI open up. That's actually, FBI open up is so much more funnier if you're clued into some of the shit going on in behind the scenes. That's like a fucking joke inside of a joke. The elves are either rich and powerful or poor and endangered like every other lore. Yes, Ashes of Creation is bullshit like every other lore. No. The races all have their own unique lore, and Steven is not stereotypically following it. There is an entire write-up about the races that we know of. There's not a lot because he wants us to find out stuff in-game. But there is, in fact, a chart that gives you a little bit of flavor. So Renkai is smart. Yes, Renkai is smart. Renkai use club. Club smash. Club smash. Okay. It's okay, Renkai brethren. I'll make you a new club. They only cost me 99 cents, and you give me 12 chickens for them. That's okay. Good. Just not club this stick. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I grabbed the wrong. Just not club this stick. Okay. No problem, dude. No problem. I'll give you 3 clubs. You bring me 12 chickens. That not sound fair. Big club, little chicken. Oh, God. A raid boss will have fixed abilities for all difficulties, or they will have new extra A raid boss will have fixed abilities for all difficulties, or they will have new extra skills for the most harder difficulties. Harder orc have big club. Harder orc boss have club many spikes. Oh, I'm gonna hope English is a second language. Please, please, please. Oh, it's this guy. This guy's such an asshole. Oh, look at that. That's a great question. A question about game development. Oh. Fuck that Paradox guy. Yeah, fuck that Paradox guy. I've got a life advice question. Do you have any strategies for dealing with chronic pain? Yes, I do. My body took badly to a treatment and now I have a near permanent migraine. Okay, what was not that I want to know your personal business, but I need to know what the fuck the treatment was. And I say that with a joke because there are certain things that if you have a near permanent migraine, you should be going back to your doctor, like brain surgery or skull damage, or neck damage, face damage, tooth damage. So yeah, I kind of need to know what the treatment was. But yeah, I have I suffered from chronic pain for 10 years of my life. I suffered from chronic what the hell? I suffered from chronic migraines or chronic pain for 10 years of my life, and I took painkillers. Botox shots all around my head to lower the frequency of chronic headaches, but I'm immune to the nerve deadening effects of Botox and also allergic to it. So it's actually inflaming all the nerves around my head. Okay, so have you called your neurologist? Because I'm going to tell you, I'm familiar with that treatment. I've had that treatment. That's why I look so damn good. I'm very, very familiar with that treatment. I researched that a lot because I used to get Botox injections. She told me to wait to see if it goes away. Okay, how long ago was the injection? Because I'm going to tell you right now that on a Friday, I wouldn't be fucking around with that. About a month ago and you still have chronic migraines? Fuck all that. No, those migraines aren't gonna go away. I would call your doctor and I would say, look, this is bullshit. It's been a month. The pain isn't going away and I need some relief. I need a shot of Toradol. Toradol is a non-habit forming, non-addictive forming, thing, and it should break the cycle of the migraines. This is just my own personal experience advice. I am obviously not a healthcare professional. I do not have the authority to prescribe Toradol. But Toradol is, my wife was just at the doctor to break a migraine cycle, and she got a shot of Toradol. But I wouldn't be suffering from a fucking month. Somebody said water. Water is a good solution for migraines, but not when they're chemically induced by bad Botox. But yeah, a month? Fuck that. No. I mean, it's like this. It's been a month, man. It's been a month. You went and you already suffered from chronic headaches. You got a Botox shot to try to stop them. and the Botox shot caused more headaches. If nothing else, I'd call my PCM, my primary care manager, and say, hey, I need a shot of Toradol. I've had a migraine for a month. Yes, I'm seeing a neurologist. Yes, she stabbed me in the face with, or he stabbed me in the face with Botox and I'm allergic to it. That's rough. That's a shitty day, man. That is a shitty day. Oh yeah, I'm out of here in 45 minutes. Not now, we're in 45 minutes. Yeah, because I gotta go into town. That's what the thing was. I gotta bail at 3 today. That's why we don't have enough time to do this. I was like, I have more than enough time to do this, and I'm like, wait, no, I don't, because I'm piecing the fuck out. I'm piecing the fuck out in 53 minutes. I gotta go into town, and I don't like to go into town at night. So, and then I'll be back tomorrow though. I'll be back tomorrow. So 45 minutes or 53 minutes, and then I'm back tomorrow. So we'll hang out more. A question about game development. For any of us fans familiar with Vulkan, Blender, and other Unreal Engine graphics programs, would you consider releasing the invisible character models so we could submit armor and clothing designs for your consideration? This is a great question, the answer to which is probably fuck no. And here's why. Number one, I asked this question many times, but I always miss the answer. Do you think we'll get AOC in 2021 100%? 0%. 0%. It's not coming out this year. 0%. For any of us familiar with Vulkan, Blender, and other Unreal Engine graphics programs, would you consider releasing the invisible character models so we could submit armor and clothing designs for your consideration? A couple of things here. Number one, if you're familiar with Vulkan, Blender, and other Unreal Engine graphics programs, you don't need them to release the invisible character models because there is over $13 million worth of assets from Paragon in Unreal Engine. So you have a fuck ton of character models, okay? Number two, they're not going to take unsolicited design ideas from the community. And here's why. First of all, when will we get AOC? When it's done. When it's done. They're not going to want unsolicited submissions from the community as a whole, because the average person becomes a dick when it comes to signing the contract. Number one, if you could design the most amazing armor ever, but then what are you doing it for? You're doing it for recognition, you're doing it for credentials, you're doing it for exposure, you're doing it for your resume, or you're doing it to get paid. The problem is that most of the time when you submit something to a company and they use it, they don't want to have to deal with all the bullshit that comes with it. For example, I designed this and it looks great and it's all modeled, it's all rendered, it's all this shit, and I submit it to Intrepid and they decide to use it. They give me a release that says I'm a commercial release. I'm releasing the rights in total to them. One of the things people miss in the contract is that you release the rights in total. It's in toto, but in total to them, which means you don't even get to claim that you did it. You released all rights. And that's the thing that a lot of times people miss in the contracts they sign. Your credit for it is the payment we give you. We're not even putting your name. We're not putting your name in the credits. You can't have other studios call us up. We're not giving you a reference, because as far as the world is concerned, you didn't make it, because that is the specific contract that you're signing. So, info on new website and update. You may want to look up the dates though. So you designed this. They gave you $500 for it. You signed the contract, and now you go through the credits, and you're like, well, my name's not listed in the credits. Well, yeah, because the type of contract you signed was they're not crediting you because they don't want your name on the credits because they don't want to have to deal with any of the bullshit that comes with your name being on the credits. People are like, well, why would they do that? Because you're not their employee. It's like, for example, all of my avatars, all of my art, all of my icons, all of my emotes, all of my everything, my t-shirt designs, I paid an artist for it, and I have the commercial and total liability release. That means if, say this shit blows up like a motherfucker, and the steampunk sniper t-shirt starts selling tens of thousands of copies a month. The guy that designed the t-shirt for me can't come back and say, "Oh, well, I want a bigger piece of the cut. I want more." I'd be like, "That's great for you, but I already paid you." And that's when you get the people that are like, "Well, you paid me pennies on the dollar for what you make." And yeah, exactly. That's the point. You signed a contract, you took a deal. Well, you should pay me more. No, the fuck I shouldn't. Why the fuck should I pay you more? I paid you. That's where people get all bent out of shape and they get all mad about deals. They get all mad about deals. You signed the deal. You signed the deal. And now when it didn't go, and that's why we ended up with lawsuits, and that's why we end up settling. And I'll just tell people right now, don't ever fucking sue me. Don't ever fucking sue me, because if I'm wrong, I'm going to just pay you. But if I look at you and I say, I don't think I'm wrong, and you're like, I think you're wrong, be like, okay, well, I have a much better attorney than you do. But yeah, so like this guy, he designed my shirt and he got paid, right? He got paid. I will probably, if I'm lucky, over the course of my content creator career, I will sell enough copies of this t-shirt to pay back what I spent on the art. If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. But sign the contract happens all the time though. Makes me think of the Witcher's author. Hey, you know what? It makes me think of the Dukes of Hazzard author, where the Dukes of Hazzard guys didn't have the right to make a movie out of it, and it ended up being a huge hoopla. You know, a lot of people don't, and I tell you guys this every show somehow it comes up. Always read what you're signing. Always read what you're signing. And always read what you're signing, and then always read what you're signing again. And for some stuff, always have your attorney sign it. And people are like, you have an attorney read over terms of services? Sometimes. It depends. Sometimes. Because I don't want to be in a situation like some of these people are in. I know people, like I told you guys, content creators that sign 5-year deals with these marketing companies, and they end up giving the marketing company tens of thousands of dollars because they signed a 5-year deal and there's nothing they can do to get out of it. And they don't want to pay the marketing company, but the marketing company basically controls their money. And the marketing company says, here's your cut of your money because we get your money first. People are like, well, I don't like that agreement. And they're like, well, too fucking bad. Your agreement's not expired until 2023. And then they start bucking the system. And what they don't realize is there is terms where they end up losing their channel. They did all the work on the channel. They did all the work, and they end up losing the channel because they do something stupid and change a password or something, and they're not allowed to change a password. And by changing the password, they denied access to the company, and the company's like, oh, well, you're in breach of contract. And they go to YouTube and they're like, here's our contract with them. And YouTube's like, sorry, you're a dumb fuck. We're transferring the channel to them. Never fucking sign on the line that is dotted unless you've read what you've read and you understand what you've read. Yeah, but when I paid you dollars on the penny. Yeah, Sparky brings up a good point. People get mad, and I hear it all the time. Well, I did work for you, and based on what you're making off that work, you paid me pennies on the dollar. And then the reverse of that is, yeah, but when I had nothing and I needed to get started, I paid you dollars on the penny. I'm Jewish. I bet I'm related to a better attorney than any of you. Not nice. Not nice. There are fine attorneys everywhere. Will summoners be able to rename their summons? Off the top of my head, no. I think Steven addressed this once. How necessary is it for people to be a citizen of a node? Could I be a nomadic wanderer? And how long after a server starts will we start seeing metropolises? First of all, that's 2 questions, dumbass. Red Foreman. It's 2 questions, dumbass, and you're only allowed to ask 1 question. You're only allowed to ask 1 question. Number 2. Where the hell is number 2? Number 2, we already know how long it's going to be until we start seeing metropolises. Many, many weeks. Oh, it's 3 questions. Good point. How necessary is it for a person to be a citizen of a node? And then, can I be a nomadic warrior? That should just take out the first question mark, put in a semicolon, and move forward. Yeah, we made it to 30%. We got time. You guys made it to 30% with 21 days left, so you're way ahead of the pace. Reserving this question for later. Reserved. Have you thought about adding giant caterpillar mounts for Ashes of Creation? No. Hey, it's the 50,000 accounts question. To my question, will I be able to interact with the minimap map? What I mean, put pins for monsters, houses, enemies, gathering areas, and more. Pins with text notes. Be able to draw on the map to show the way we will be traveling or how the gank will be set up. That's not a bad question. That's not a bad question. I'm actually going to give that one a like. What is the most sold cosmetic item in your past pre-order packages? Typical member who thinks they can put toast in their name and get to the front of the line. Yeah, if you didn't notice that the guy was where the hell was it? Oh, Toasty. Oh, Toasty. Let's see. What is the most cosmetic item sold? You know, here's the thing. This is a good question, but they won't answer it. They won't answer this question. The reason why they won't answer this question is because it's a piece of data, and it's the answering a question is stepping into the batter's box, knowing which pitch you're getting first, but you're not sure if you're going to hit it, and you don't know if you can hit any of the pitcher's other pitches. So Steven walks into the batter's box. He thinks he can hit this pitch, but he misses the pitch. And then the next pitch he faces is a bunch of floodgate shit that opens up about cosmetics and sales. And I thought you were fully funded, core viable product, all this other shit. So no, he ain't gonna swing to that. So. Oh, good. Somebody agreed with me. It's always nice when somebody agrees with me. How can you join Alpha? You can't. Alpha 1 sales are currently closed. What you do is step number 1 is you register for Ashes of Creation. Use that link. It helps me out. Number 2, when Alpha 1 sales reopen, you buy your pack. That's all I can tell you. I can't get you an Alpha key. If I had Alpha keys to give out, I would be the most popular fucking streamer ever. That would be funny too. Did they give a date for the development discussion this month? Yeah, the 29th. It's the 29th. So yeah, they're not going to answer the most cosmetic items sold in the past. It's not a good question. Cool. Karthos, your signature is fucking amazing. I love that signature. The only part of your signature I don't like is this right here. Just because the person... I don't know what's going on, and I'm actually interested to know. I need to refresh. Your question is there. Oh, good. Will there ever be a situation where your ship or caravan will be lost permanently? I like that question. That's a good question. So do you think this game is going to be big? Yes. I think this game is going to be fucking huge. It looks like he was crushed by some huge friggin' guy. Yeah, I 100% think this game is going to be big. I think if Steven continues down the road he's on, He continues to listen. He continues to grow. He's gonna have a game that is that is the last game that I play. I sincerely believe that Ashes of Creation is going to be so big that I literally install everything else off of my PC. And I maybe keep Heroes of the Storm and Battlefronts 2 on it for just some brain candy. But I probably will go so far as to say Final Fantasy 14 will go bye-bye. I won't even run my weekly shit. I think Ashes of Creation is going to be the last game I play. It's huge, but it's taking too long. Well, yes. Games take a long time. Games take a long time to build. And where the fuck do people keep getting this 2015 thing with Ashes of Creation? Ashes of Creation's Kickstarter was in 2017. All right? I know that it's been a long time. But people need to stop that shit. Because if you talk wrong all the time, then wrong shit gets picked up. Ashes of Creation Kickstarter was in 2017. They didn't start working on the actual product until after the Kickstarter. They did a lot of foundational stuff with the company, but they did not, okay? They did not start working on the game until after Kickstarter. Ideas, game design document, planning, theory crafting, spitballing, good idea meetings, process meetings, way aheads, Tiger teams. How many buzzwords can I throw in here? All that shit, yes, they did. They didn't start working on the actual build until after the Kickstarter. So, hasn't been 6 years, it's been 4. Do people really want another rushed, shitty MMO with half-ass features and unfinished game design? Because that's what you get when a game is pushed out in 4 years. Yeah, it's what you get when a game is pushed out in 4 years, no matter who makes the game. No matter who makes the game, if it's made in 4 years, it's going to be a buggy fucking mess. I refer to an idea of how an MMO should be. That's the community they try to get. But in 2025, those people will be 30 plus. That's not how math works, man. That's not how math works. That's not how math works. If they were going to be 30 plus, I hate to tell you this. They're not aiming for 20-year-olds. They're not aiming for 20-year-olds. They're aiming for, I'm 30 plus, but that's not the point. The point is, I think you should stop, because I don't think you have a point. Okay, you don't have a point, and now you're running around here. Somebody yelled fire, fire, fire. You jumped out of your bedroom naked, and now you're running around the neighborhood naked. You don't get my point, because you don't have a point, and that's why you should stop. Sometimes it's okay to back up. Sometimes you back the fuck up. You don't have to keep going forward. I know sometimes when you're 39 miles down 40 miles of bad road, you just drive the last mile to get to the end. Sometimes it's good to be like, shit, this is the wrong road. Just pop that bitch in reverse. Yeah, most of the people in my channel are 30 plus, because most of the people in my channel aren't soft millennials who get their feelings hurt. When people say you don't get my point, are usually the people who are making the point of I'm a dumbass. Oh, this hole is getting deeper. I'll just keep digging and I'll find a way out. Yeah, it's like if you're digging a hole and you're stuck in a hole, you start digging upward. You don't keep, like, when people are like, well, I'm stuck in a hole, well, dig upward. It's also like when people get into an argument and they want to fight fire with fire. You can fight fire with fire. And sometimes the fire department does this. But usually, the fire department fights fire with water or foam. Very rarely does the fire department fight fire with fire. Now, of course, I talked about the fire department. Karthos is going to jump in here. Well, shut up, Jahlon. I'm a subject matter expert in this motherfucker. Will there be masholist? Sorry, guys. My Gaelic upbringing. There's too many vowels right in a row here. Will there be the spots on the Will there be spots on the walls for defense so that you don't get sniped by snipers? I ask this because without them, there is a risk the combat will be focused away from the walls, and as they can't function as intended without them. Yes, I understand. Put the white stuff on the red stuff. Yeah, for the most part, that's generally how it works. Let's see. Does item deconstruction guarantee obtaining the recipe to deconstruct that item, or is there RNG based considerations, calculations in the process? So good question. We are waiting for that answer. Good question. Can you tell us a little bit on what we can expect with the upcoming combat rework? Like what is changing, being added and such? Again. Okay. Mayhem is usually here. Again. You generally need to ask a question that is answerable. Ask a question that is answerable. When are they going to tell you all about the combat rework? When the combat rework is done. Could you tell us a little bit on what we can expect with the upcoming combat rework? You know what the answer to this question is going to be if they take it? Yeah. So we're going to be rolling out a lot of blogs in the next couple of weeks and the next couple of months, and we want you to be really excited for this combat rework. We've gotten a lot of data from the several Alpha 1 testing sessions we've had, both with the Intrepid people and, oh, by the way, if you guys remember, we opened up Alpha 1 testing in December, just before the break. We're going to be making a lot of data-driven decisions. We want to make sure that we put a proper polish on and shine on the combat to make sure that even though we're an indie studio, that the combat, because we all know, combat is the most important part of an MMORPG. It has to feel good because it's the system that you're engaged with during almost all aspects of the game. We want to make sure that in the end, when we move into forward Alpha 1 testing, in April, that experience that you get doesn't feel like an indie game. We want to make sure that the combat polish and rework sounds like, the sort of combat you expect from a AAA studio. How'd you guys like that? Good answer? Unscripted? Unprepared? It sounded a lot like a bunch of bullshit, but it's called a marketing answer. It's called, I take your question. Yeah, it was a solid fluff piece. You like it? Because spot on. I tell people, this is why, yeah, Steven's writing this down. He's not writing this down. Steven's not writing this down. Steven's just going to fucking clip it. Steven's just going to fucking clip it. He's going to be like, Toast, did you see that? Yeah. Put that on my cue cards. Put that on my teleprompter. Somebody get my teleprompter set up. Here's the thing. Marketing is an art and a science. Marketing is an art and a science. And you learn nothing. Exactly. Marketing is an art and a science. And the reason why I say marketing is an art and a science is because there is a science behind marketing. What you say, how you say it, why you say it, what you do to say it, how to deflect, how to engage, how to pivot, how to turn. There's a science behind it. There's also an art. And you guys all know this because there's an art of salesmanship as well. You guys have all been somewhere with an overly aggressive salesperson who doesn't know how to relate with you, and you end up buying nothing at the store because that fucking salesperson over there pissed you off. You all have been there. A store you shop at often gets a salesperson pisses you off, you leave, you don't buy an item that you needed. Not only did that store, basically that salesperson didn't even need to fucking talk to you. You were at the store to buy, and that salesperson became what I like to known as the anti-salesperson. They talked you out of the sale. And that's because salespeople are fucking dumb. It's like I tell my real estate agents, and I tell my I don't tell my real estate agent this anymore because now I'm not in a hurry to buy. When I go to buy a car, I already know what car I'm buying. I look at the salesperson. I always, you're selling a car today. Don't fuck this up. All you need to do is make sure that when I get to closing, that the price you asked me to pay is the price I know I'm supposed to pay. Don't add on a bunch of shit. You ain't selling it. Don't add on a bunch of maintenance packages. You ain't selling it. Don't tell me after I've sat here for 3 hours that you fucking put some rain coating, upholstery coating, easy clean, get your dick unstuck from the chicken coating on the car. I don't want any of that shit. I like the car. I take it for a test drive. I want to buy. Don't care how much I have to sit here. The sticker says $19,999. I'm paying $19,999 because I got this form right here from USAA that says it's a guaranteed sale. We ain't gonna negotiate. We ain't gonna talk. We ain't gonna haggle. We ain't gonna do shit. The only direction this price is going is down. Can you make that happen for me? Yep, good. Don't fuck up. I tell my real estate agents, I say to them, you are going to work your ass off if you're buying property with me. But the other benefit of buying, if I'm buying property, you're also going to be selling one. And when I used to move around a lot, I'm like, I guarantee you, helping me out and getting the job right, you probably are going to get 15 to 20 other customers because there's going to be 15 to 20 other people I sponsor coming to the base who'll be like, oh, and by the way, if you need a real estate agent, I got a really good one. But the trick to that endorsement, you got to be a really good one. So that's why I buy everything online. I buy everything online as well. Unfortunately, I got to run into town. Because my daughter doesn't like to buy everything online. My daughter likes to shop. And we're going to Walmart for her to pick up the snacks and stuff. Because I'm not even shitting you. I would have ordered all the snacks to be delivered. Fucking, what do you want? Monsters? You guys want fucking Doritos? I get all that shit delivered to my house. If I got a taste for Doritos, if I can't get them at the gas station, I just fucking order them online. They'll be here in 2 days. Well, you had a taste for them. Yeah, and I'll have a taste for them again. Good thing about Doritos, until you open them, they don't go bad. How are you planning to make sure some playable races and their architecture don't go virtually extinct if the racial augments will have a real impact on gameplay? Race-specific spawn location at the start, perhaps. No, stupid. No fucking stupid. I know some people won't care that much, but eventually people are going to settle into min-maxing. Oh my god. It would be a shame if some of the unpopular looking races and they're... Well, fuck, stop. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. It would be a shame if some of the unpopular looking races and their nodes never showed up in the world if their augments weren't too amazing either. If people are concerned about min-maxing, they're not going to give a fuck about what the unpopular race looks like. They're going to give a fuck about the unpopular race having good stats. If the best race for clerics is Vec... Okay. Oh, I hate stupid people. You guys have no idea. So, anybody want to do the simple math here? Check this shit out. Somebody math with me. Math with me, motherfuckers. Okay. There are 8 primary archetypes. And there are 8 parent races, or there's 4 parent races with 2 sub-races. The Talnar were a stretch goal. Anybody want to take a wild guess? If you want to talk about min-maxing, does anybody want to take a wild guess that there might be one race that excels at each archetype? Now, I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but it doesn't take a mathematical genius. 2 plus 2 equals Jello. It doesn't take a mathematical genius to figure out that if they're designing a game with 8 races and 8 archetypes, that every race has their one that they're really good at. Now, I'm gonna get into dangerous territory here. This is Under Siege 2, dark territory. Let me do this. I've done this once on the show before. I've done it once on the show before, and it's funny twice. It is funny twice. We're gonna start our last shenanigans here. Yeah, we'll start, and then we'll do the. We're probably gonna go late. I'm gonna finish up this map today. Let me clip off a message to my daughter. So she knows I'm changing her plans. We're gonna go 30 minutes late. I want to make sure to finish this map today. I don't want to leave a map and then fail a map and then not get credit. So we're gonna finish that. We are gonna finish that shit today. Now, let me just go with this. Now, Guild's going to kick noobs with the wrong race. I doubt it, because here's why. Oh, you know what, guys? Give me 1 second. I gotta go say hello to Gizmo. Gizmo got home, and I didn't say hello to my other daughter. I will be right back. Sorry about that. Like I said, it's important to talk to your kids when they get home from school. Plus I running around. Shouldn't do that. I'm old. So here's why I believe that Intrepid's not gonna fuck up. Okay. Here's my belief. Here's my belief. Uh-oh, who's pinging me? You've got your you've got your 8 archetypes, you've got your 8 races. Now you're going to notice something. Now, this is just me. This is just me. I see 4, and this works really well. Just follow along here. This follows that you chose colors to put the backgrounds on. And it's not like they did alternating rows of colors. They very specifically did columns. And they did tank, fighter, rogue, and ranger. These are the very martial, very physical, very endurance, very, standard physical-based classes. And then you have mage, cleric, summoner, and bard, which are non-martial classes. I think that carries on with the same way that they did Kalar, or they did the sub-races, yellow and blue, because the Renkai, the Dunar, the Imperiums, and the Kalar all sound like the Billy Badasses in their description. The Veilun, the Pyre, the Vec, and the Nakua sound like the non-Billy Badasses. They sound like the magical badasses. That's just me. That's just how I view it. So I think that for the 4 martial classes, there's going to be 4 one of each of the 4 races is going to excel at the martial classes, and one of each of the 4 sub races per parent race is going to excel at the magical based classes. That's just my feeling. That's just my feeling. GM to GM, player to player, pimp to pimp. If I was designing a game and I saw that, that's what triggers in my head. I'm like, okay, that's what they're doing. Is it for certain that's what they're doing? I don't know. Has this already been discussed? Has there been any mention of scaling dungeons and difficulty similar to WoW, Mythic Plus? Couple of things. Number 1, Ashes of Creation has open world dungeons. So Ashes of Creation dungeons, 80% of their dungeons and raids are going to be open world. So that already means they're harder than WoW dungeons. And I know the WoW fans are going to be like, that's not true. Shut the fuck up. Because PvP is always harder than PvE. Because PvP is that unpredictableness. I don't know what the other guy's going to bring, so I can't stack for it. I can't build for it. I can't prep for it. I can't hard counter it. However, if I know what's in your raid group, cough, cough, spy, cough, cough. If I know that you're running a 3-tank setup on a 40-man raid, when I run in, I only have to kill your 3 tanks. Also keep in mind, if you only have 3 tanks in a 40-man setup and you get PvP'd, you don't have any, you only have 2 initiators. I don't have to kill any healers. If you don't have tanks, you don't have initiators. I can just kill your other 2 tanks. And then I kill your other tank and I let the boss run rampant on your raid. I don't have to wipe. People are always like, well, you'll have to wipe their entire raid. I don't have to wipe your entire raid. You only got 3 tanks. I only got to kill 3 people. I kill your 3 tanks. How you gonna do the boss without your tanks? Because you only brought 3 tanks. You only brought 3 bullets to the gunfight. So that's number 1 when it's scaling difficulty. Number 2, inside the dungeons, the bosses are going to change difficulty based on the configuration of the world, based on which nodes are up, based on which types of nodes are up. You could have the Jahlon and his 2 cats raid on 3 different servers. And you could have the Jahlon and his 2 cats raid on 3 different servers, servers 1, 2, and 3. And because on server 1, the biggest node contributing to the dungeon is the divine node, more magic based. On node 2, because the biggest node contributing to the raid, the boss is physical based. And then on a different one, different configuration, you're going to have that based. Now, it's also going to be on how fast you killed the previous boss. However, can we be real for a second? Can we be real? I don't think that shit's going to work in open world dungeons. I don't think that shit's going to work in open world dungeons in the slightest. On this one, it's another one of those, it's great to say that's what your goal is. However, there are so many things that are going to go wrong with that idea. There are so many things that are going to go wrong with that concept that I don't think that shit's going to happen. It's great to dream big. You should always shoot for the moon, because then when you miss, you land among the stars. However, setting up an open world dungeon where the boss's difficulty is going to vary based on how quickly the previous boss was defeated, is just okay. So we don't know how loot lockout's going to work. We don't know how looting's going to work. So there's a lot of shit left that, there's a lot of shit left that we don't know how that's going to work. I can't believe you still live. You're still live. I'm always live. I'm live. This microphone is live. This camera's live. I'm live for about another 45 minutes because I want to finish the map. If you miss the moon, you tumble into open space and die long before reaching a star. Aiming high should come with precise calculation. If you're going to set goals, you should always aim for the moon, because if you miss, you're going to fucking land among the stars and you're going to die in an open vacuum of space, you fucking show off. Now set reasonable goals that everybody can achieve. That's a demotivational I had in my office. Nobody noticed it for years. It's always funny when you have a nice picture and a big fucking quote underneath it that says motivation, and the first part of it is aim for the stars, and everybody thinks they know what it says, and if you keep reading the thing, it's a demotivational. Is that, yeah, do you have my demotivational? No, what are you trying to, why are you trying to send me fucking, why are you trying to dox me, man? Sending me all shady links and shit. That ain't cool. Be doing that. FBI, open up. This is still fucking funny. So anyway, how is this person how are they gonna make sure that certain races don't go extinct? Well, a couple of ways. Number one, the racial modification to the XP of the guild, or the XP of the race contributing to the node. If 65% of the world is VEC, if 65% of the world is VEC, the VEC are going to have a very hard time with every node that they try to convert to their architecture with every node level up. If 0% of the world is Renkai, the likelihood, if any Renkai at all are contributing XP to the node, the likelihood is when it pops, it's going to be of Renkai flavor, because they don't have any architecture in the world. The system, the world manager is designed to keep into account who has what at what levels. But here's the crux of this particular question, and why some people shouldn't be allowed to ask questions. How? This question is literally saying, how are you not going to fuck up? Can you please reassure me that you're not going to fuck up? If the racial augments have a real impact on gameplay, I know some people won't care that much, but eventually people are going to settle into min-maxing. It would be a shame if some of the unpopular looking races and their nodes never showed up, if their augments weren't amazing either. So basically what you're saying is, hey Intrepid, I think you're a bunch of fuck-ups. Please explain to me why you're not a bunch of fuck-ups. This question would have been better suited more as just ask a min-maxing question. I don't believe this person's intention has anything to do about the architecture. I don't think this question has absolutely anything to do about the architecture. I think this question is 100% solely asking about min-maxing. And the thing is this, I'm not, somebody bought a top hat, motherfucker, facelifted bought a top hat warrior. Thank you, facelifted. We gotta fly the top hats. But I have nothing against min-maxers. But what I want, and I challenge everybody to do, is if you're a dirty min-maxer, just say off the bat, I'm a dirty min-maxer. Be like, yeah, Jay, I'm a min-maxer. Be like, okay, high five. Good job for min-maxing. It's like, I'll give you an example. We're going old school now. Where are you? Second edition, baby. Second edition, Vampire the Masquerade, right? Second edition, Vampire the Masquerade. Book is so old. The book actually came out of the spine, right? My GM who taught me this game said, what kind of vampire do you want to play? It's a vampire tabletop game. And I said, I don't know. He said, well, what do you want to be able to do? I said, well, I don't know the world. I don't know the genre. So the best way for me to learn the world and learn the genre is give me the simplest character you have. Give me the simplest character that you have, so that I can watch everybody else play. I said, just give me a character. Give me an enforcer. Just give me an enforcer. And so he's like, okay, we're gonna make you a Bruja. So at heart, I'm a Bruja. Always been my core clan. Even though I like the Tremere better, I like House and Clan better, but I started off as a Bruja. I said, just give me a character I can be an enforcer. I actually played a character and I punched somebody's head straight off because of the stats I had. You see, they're making a second game of that book. You mean this one? The one that I own? Oh, a second game of that book? Yeah, they're making Bloodlines 2. That's actually not the second game of that book. That's the fourth game of that book. It's the sequel to Bloodlines. I'm gonna play the fuck out of Bloodlines 2. I'm gonna play the fuck out of Bloodlines 2 on this show. It needs to come out. It needs to hurry the fuck up and come out. I will MA the shit out of my channel. So anyway. Min-maxing. There's nothing wrong with min-maxing. There's nothing wrong with putting all 5 of your attribute points into strength, putting all 5 of your points into potence, and doing 10 damage when you punch people. Having a 10 dice pool and putting 5 points in a brawl and having a 15-point dice pool. There's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it in tabletop. There's nothing wrong with it in LARP, and there is nothing wrong with it in video games. What I hate is people who pretend that they're anything else. Now, let's be honest. Always honesty. Most video games don't do a very good job with the other skills. They do a good job with artisan. They do a good job with the combat skills. They do a fairly decent job with the artisan systems. And then everything else, like leadership, observation, archaeology, science, math, technology, most of that shit gets thrown to the side because how do you put it in a game without a GM? I know how to do it. I have it up here. I know how to do it. I know how to make a video game with all those secondary and tertiary skills. But you know, in RPGs, you as a DM can exploit weaknesses when people min-max. You're absolutely right. You can, and you can do it in yeah, exactly. I gotcha. You can absolutely do it. You can absolutely do it in video games too. So, for example, you've got all those other skills, right? You've got all those other skills. You want to know how I fuck with people as a MMORPG creator? Here, I'll give you one. In my dungeon, right? In my dungeon, I don't even care. I'll fuck with players. Here is the world, right? I'll tell you right now, and I don't give a shit. If I had a shit and I didn't win the lotto this week, guys, I'm so sorry. I had 2 chances to win enough money to start a game company, and I missed on both tickets. Much sadness. So here's what I would do, right? You have You have your dungeon and your standard crossroads, right? But what I would do is this is how I would handle a party of min-maxing munchkins. So you've got a door here, right? Universal sign for door. And then I would have a door here, and I would have a door here. And there would be 3 different options. And all this is going to do, this doesn't give you any more content because we know people don't like when content is hidden behind doors. All this would do is bring you to the main path. It's just 3 routes to get to the same path. Now, you have everybody in the party. They all have weapon usage. They all have brawl. They all have gun. They all have firearms. They all have boxing. I'm trying to think. They all have magic attack. They have all this shit. So what I would do, if this was my game, is this wall, this door, would have an insane amount of hit points. Because I want to allow brute strength to get you through. The wall would have no regen, right? The wall would have no regen, and that is in fact 500 million hit points. So you come in and you got your party of people and they're all fucking dumb as a box of rocks. Nobody took any ancillary skills. Nobody took any secondary. Nobody took anything. Nobody has lock picking because you could actually pick this lock. Nobody has technology, right? Nobody can open this one. Nobody has key cards. Nobody has math. Nobody has explosives. And not just I make explosives, but nobody has explosives like setting charges, right? And I would have 3 doors in a room as an RPG. Because then you'd have people that be like, well, fuck, man, I don't want to take lock picking. It's not a combat skill. I want a fucking min-mac. I want a full munchkin. I want to be a fucking whirling dervish blade or whatever. Okay, cool. Do that. Hey, whirling dervishes, prepare to spend 3 hours knocking down that wall because not a damn one of you has any utility skills. Have fun with it. Have fun knocking down the fucking wall. And then people would be like, well, this sucks. And I'd be like, well, no, it doesn't. Because some people would be like, man, the Jahlon and his 8 cats dungeon sucks. It takes 3 hours to knock down the wall. And then you got somebody else that's like, the fuck are you talking about, dude? It takes like 2 minutes to get through that room. You just pick the lock on the left-hand side of the room. Or you create a key card. You have the guy that has technology pop out his laptop, and he pops out his laptop, he cracks it. Or the other guy goes over to it and he gets into the panel. And I'm not expecting the player to know the math. I'm expecting the player to run the character who knows the math. What's your math skill? 26%. Okay, you are probably never getting through that. You are probably never getting through that door with a skill in 26 in math. You might, probably not. Oh, your character has a 98% in math. Here's the answer. Open. People use alt characters for that, except it's real simple around that. People can't use an alt for it because the door opens. All you got to do is keep the door open for 10 seconds, 15 seconds. All you got to do is make character log out more than that. Also, I disagree with the idea of open world dungeons. I think that dungeons should be instanced. I think that there should just be a mechanic for infiltrating other people's dungeons. I disagree. I disagree with Intrepid, but at the same time, I see where they're going with it. I just think that dungeons should be instanced. How can I put this? I think for the neat and the clean and the mechanics of the dungeons should be instanced. But not everybody can just walk up to the dungeon and start an instance. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dungeon itself is instanced, right? But nothing stops you from infiltrating the dungeon. But I don't like the idea of a living, breathing world dungeon because I think there's too many. There's a reason why other games haven't done it, and the reason why other games haven't done it is because it's fucking pure anarchy and chaos. And I love anarchy and chaos. The problem is, you know it's repeatable content already, so you might as well put it in an instance so it's repeatable content. And then it opens up a lot of other options. And then you simply have, instead, I'm not saying like 19 parties can go into the instance and there's 19 versions of it running at a time. What I'm saying is that you might have these dungeons start on the top in the half of the hour. So there's two dungeons running at any given time. There's two versions of the dungeon running at any given time. That doesn't stop 500 people from going into it. They certainly can. But when people say, well, how's it going to work with people killing multiple bosses at the same time in the same dungeon? I said, yeah, how is that going to work? I think that you have the dungeon starts at the top of the hour and the dungeon starts at the bottom of the hour. Or maybe the dungeon starts at noon, 4, 8, and noon. Or midnight. This particular dungeon spawns on the 12s, the 4s, and the 8s. So I guess it'd be on the 4s. 4, 8, and 12, this dungeon spawns. And then 4:30, 8:30, 12:30, this dungeon spawns. I think that works better and neater and cleaner than the idea of open world dungeons. Because then you have the ability to raid or instance ID people. You have the ability to not have the first boss keep respawning and be farmable. So I think there's just neater. I think it's a neater and cleaner way to accomplish the same thing you're trying to accomplish. That keeps all of the benefits and gets rid of some of the disadvantages. So dungeons could just be non-linear and have multiple routes that different groups could take. That's how it was in Albion. I agree. I agree with that. I absolutely 100% agree with that. Just because you're doing a dungeon in an instance doesn't mean it needs to be doesn't mean it automatically has to be a we start here and we end here sort of deal. I mean, you could do an instance, right? You could do an instance that literally is like the Mines of Moria, and you come in, right? And we're gonna just pretend a little bit. You have this first open room, right? And you're gonna have an encounter in this first open room, and then the first group that goes in gets the encounter. But since you know what time it is, you can have multiple first groups in. Then you go down here, and then you have a path that runs off this way, a path that runs off this way. You hurt me. You go away. So, right, you have the blue route, you have the yellow route, you have the green route, you have the gray route, you have all these different roads, and then those can all split up. You can do a ton of shit like this, and still make a great game. The idea of open world raids, I want them to get it right. I'm not sure if they will. I'm not sure if they can. I believe they have the skill. I just don't know if it can be done well. And not that they can do it. I just don't know if the concept, I don't know if anybody can do it well. You know? I'm not like, you could give it to Blizzard, you could give it to Square Enix, you could give it to EA, you could give it to XL Games. You could give it to Amazon Game Studios because John Schmedley needs all the gimmies he can get. I don't think anybody can make an open world dungeon work right. Because an open world dungeon doesn't make sense. Why the fuck does this boss keep respawning? You know what I'm saying? If it's an instance, you're like, your instance brain tells you, oh, okay, I'm doing an instance dungeon. But an open world dungeon, it's just weird. You're gonna behave. Okay. Moving on and doing this so that we can finish. Good job, guys. Oh, you know what? I apologize, guys. I haven't put down markers. If you guys get the daily where you need the markers, just yell at me. Be like, Jay, markers. I'll put the markers down. Then we'll finish up our map, and then we'll have 9 maps to go before we unlock the other, If we get you to wear a hat just before you finish, will you have to wear it to Walmart? Nope. I won't wear my steampunk hat out, and I won't wear the other one out either. And then I'll just cheat you. You can go ahead and do a hats off to you, and I'll just put on my Kangol hat, the one I will wear to Walmart. So, I mean, if you want to help me out, so I put my hat on early and waste 7,500 points. Go ahead. I am buying more hats so that we have a wider collection of hats. Okay, here we go. The Loyalty Super Boss Chest. The Loyalty Super Boss Chest. Okay. This might be a little bit of scope creep, but maybe some bosses can get entry animation. For example, maybe a Rat King crawls out of the ground or something. Yeah, stuff like that can happen. Stuff like that can happen. Do we get to pick the hat you wear? I will. Let me make a note. I will change that. You guys got to remember, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of the sorcerer's hat at the moment is because my kid is cold downstairs and my kid turns the fireplace on. And I've got one of those, you guys know those 2-floor houses with the living area on the upstairs and then like the completely open fucking area on the downstairs. This was never supposed to be my forever home, and it's not my forever home. I want to get a new house. That heating and cooling in this house sucks. This room gets to about 9 bazillion degrees. In the room on the back half of the house, you could fucking hang meat in my daughter's room at night. It just doesn't get any heat, which is odd because her room is on the furnace wall. Then when she's downstairs, she keeps the fireplace on all the time, which is fine. But hold on, let me tell you how hot it is up here. This office is 79. The second floor is 75. I'm sweating my ass off. Okay, let's see. What are the major mechanic differences between sieges and wars? If only Jahlon did Ashes 101 that has a page that breaks down each of the PvP events. They shouldn't answer this question, and I really hope they don't. I really hope they don't answer this question. This answer is available on the wiki. This answer is available on Ashes 101. And here is what is really embarrassing. First of all, no. In the 70s. First of all, no. Calling something a war seems like it should be treated more seriously than sieges. No, a siege is more serious than a prolonged war because it's the siege on a location versus a war that's just an active engagement across the entire battle space. When you siege a city, that is way more significant than just being in a state of war. Like a siege, like D-Day. D-Day is a siege. It's the siege of the beach. That's a pretty fucking significant day. Not more seriously than a war. Open world dungeons would kill adult PvE guilds that have schedules and limited playtime. Yes, and those people aren't who the game is being made for. And that has already been asked, and it's already been asked, and that's already been answered, and it's already been stated. Ashes isn't being designed for everybody. If you are a person who is a guild, and you're a PvE guild, and you have specific schedules and limited playtime, and you don't like PvP, and you don't like being interfered with, Ashes isn't for you. ... And that is okay. Your game then is Pantheon. Your game isn't Ashes of Creation, and that is also okay. The good part is Steven isn't trying. Steven isn't making the mistake of trying to please everybody. Steven knows there are going to be people who don't like his game. And he says, and that's okay too. Steven doesn't care that not everybody is going to like his game. It's what makes Intrepid and Ashes of Creation a more authentic thing. It's the same sort of je ne sais quoi that Final Fantasy XIV has. with the no PvP. Even fucking Yoshi P hates the PvP in Final Fantasy. They keep tweaking it, they keep touching it, and he's literally come out recently and said, and we know you all hate it, and very few of you even engage in it. So, anyway, anybody that says, here, and this is, remember I told you guys, and I'm going to pick on this poor person. Remember I said you always wear the pride and the sins of your guild on your sleeve? I'm not trying to be a dick here, but I'm just trying to be a mentor. This person has co-leader of Slicks, right? Or I guess so his name is XYLS, but Slicks co-leader, warboundgaming.com. So first of all, I don't even understand your signature. That's probably not good. Second of all, warboundgaming.com. We are recruiting PvPers. Which PvPers are you recruiting? People that know less about the game than you do? You're recruiting PvPers when you haven't done the baseline due diligence. The baseline due diligence to research the game at all. But you're recruiting PvPers. You know what I'm doing? I'm recruiting Navy people. I'm recruiting Navy people to run my fleet for me, but I don't know the first thing about boats. No, you don't then recruit Navy people. You recruit Navy person. Hey, Sparky, I need to know a whole lot about boats. Would you like a job? Hey, yeah, I would. Do you see how that works? And then, hey, Sparky, stop me from looking like a fucking idiot. They've got 52 members online on their Discord, looking pretty good. For a website, this is looking pretty good. They haven't updated it since 3 November. So yeah, probably not going to go very far, my friend. So why must there be PvP? Seriously, not all great MMOs rely on PvP. I don't know, because it's a PvP centric game. Why must there be PvP? Because the fucking owner of the company wants PvP and the community wants PvP. And if you don't want PvP, go play Pantheon. If you want to play another bullshit PvE theme park game, go play the bullshit PvE theme park game that's in development. That's the interesting thing about there being multiple games in development. Some is going to be for the PvE players, some is going to be for the PvP players, some is going to be for all people should be involved, don't discriminate. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Yes, people should be discriminated against. Not based on race, color, religion, any of that bullshit. But it's like this. If I'm taking my teenage daughter to a theme park and my back is magically fixed and roller coasters don't hurt my fused neck, if I'm taking my daughter to a theme park to ride roller coasters, I don't need to spend thousands of dollars to go to Florida. We have an amazing theme park for roller coasters 65 minutes away. We have a Six Flags 65 minutes away, and they have amazing fucking roller coasters. However, that's not a family spot because my little one doesn't ride roller coasters. So if I'm taking my family on vacation, I'm going to take my family to a theme park that has a little bit of everything for everybody. All of the Disney parks have one really good scary roller. Hold on. Yes. Yes, all of the Disney theme parks in Orlando will have one really scary, oh my God, over the top roller coaster, and then a whole bunch of family friendly rides. So when you have the thrill seekers in your party, they want to go ride the one scary roller coaster. Every one of the parks has that for them. However, there's one. If you try to cater to everybody, you end up pleasing nobody in the end. If you want a non-consensual PvP experience, go play Pantheon. If you want an open world PvP experience, play Ashes. If you want an opt-in PvP system, which I don't understand. Go play New World. How will crafting specializations work? Will we have a set amount of points where we can earn that go up to one total specialization, so we won't be able to invest in other trees whatsoever? Or will it have a base level you can get to like level 15 out of 50? Thanks for reading. First of all, this is a good question and we need this answer, but this question is written horribly. This question is written horribly. The answer you're going to get is that you can master some but not all of one side of the tree, and we're not going to get the answer you want. This question needs to be rewritten to something like, are we able to operate in all three trees at the same time, or do we have to pick a single tree to work in? So there's a reason why there's so many different games. Everyone likes different stuff. You don't play what you don't like. Yeah, I'll give you a great example. You know what my problem in Star Wars Battlefront 2 is? I really like the game. I like the genre. I'm a Star Wars fan. I like the game. I like the genre. I like first-person shooters. I hate Star Wars Battlefront 2 because I can't see the other guys, and so I die a lot. You know which mode I kick ass in? Starfighter mode. I will be in a TIE fighter and I will kick your X-Wing ass because on the screen you're all highlighted, red, white, marker this. On the ground-based PvP, I can't see your ass and I'm usually dead before I can respond. I like games where everybody's made out of bricks and everybody's using a pea shooter. I don't like games where everybody's using a nuclear bomb and everyone's made out of glass. It's also because I'm 41 years old and my reaction time is slow and me figuring out where I'm being shot from is slow. I like games that are reactive in nature. And some people are like, well, I like twitchy headshot games. And there's two different games. There's two different types of games. And it's okay. I like Heroes of the Storm as my MOBA. It's more forgiving. There's more space. There's PvE objectives. There's more stuff to do. Some people are like, ooh, HOTS, it's so gross. You should play League. I would rather chew broken glass than play League of Legends. So everyone's got different flavors. I don't expect League to accommodate me. I don't expect first-person shooters to accommodate me. Maybe I'm out of my first-person shooter years. Let's see. How will mules with their items in their inventory work in regard to player death? Will they teleport to the graveyard with the player, or will I have to run back to them on foot? What are the mules' rules for dropping loot? Similar to like caravan destruction or player death? It's player death. Again, another person who can't be bothered to fucking read the goddamn wiki. But yes, mules are player death. Now, the problem with mules and player death are, well, what happens to the mule then? If you die and the mule dies, does the mule, you're obviously got a mule that's still full of stuff. Does the mule spawn at the graveyard full or still full or partially full? So there are things that we need to know. It's a good question. Overall, survey says good question. Like it. So my question about reputations. Will guild have a reputation? Will cities? Will there be Did that motherfucker just say the word factions? You're fired. F-. Will there be factions like a tavern that may or may not have a reputation for the player base to progress to earn rewards and titles? Will guilds have a reputation? Yes, it's not a mechanic. Will cities? Yes, it's not a mechanic. Even in games that have, everybody has a, never mind. I want to move on. Or the vein in my forehead explodes. A bit of concern over the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent player ratio. Hey, look at that. Oh, a bit of concern over the 50,000 accounts to the 10,000 concurrent player. Look at that. Look at these sexy people. Toast is going to see this and be like, what the fuck is going on? Salutation, humans. Previously, you mentioned every player can truly master only one artisan job. No, they've never said that. To what extent can other non-main... Oh, because I'm on the wrong one. Can other non-main artisan jobs be loved up? Okay, this is a little better. Can I bake pineapple pizza? Yes. Can I use pineapple pizza as a blunt weapon? Pineapple pizza doesn't really make for a blunt weapon. It makes... I mean, if you burn it, you can, like, make a shuriken out of it. But nah, no, not really a blunt weapon. Will you be able to change your race? No. A bit of concern on the 50,000 accounts. Haha. Oh my god. Wall of text. I was going to ask about bow combat in action mode, but I may just toss another question about the 50,000 account thing too. Okay, so guys, as you saw, when I wrote, 999 ping, 100%. That's a great name. That is a great name. I saw that just before I got up to turn on the fan. And then everyone who plays League would rather not play League. Yeah, man. I've played one game of League. And I got told to put my hands in a blender. So my question pertains to character customization, specifically as I haven't seen mention of this part of it. In several monthly cosmetic skins you have released, the characters can be seen wearing makeup like red or brown lipstick. Woosah. Battle theft. Up to this point, we've only heard about losing items to death, but I'd like to know how the gem from So Long Sanctus campaign was lost during the battle. Is stealing items off player during combat actually a gameplay mechanic? No, it is not. A long-time WoW veteran. Nobody gives a shit. 3 years retired from MMOs. Nobody gives a shit. How will Ashes play in the hands of someone with very limited time to play per week? The time cost required to get to the fun part for most modern MMOs feel too steep for someone working full-time. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I hate people with this bullshit. Ain't a motherfucker in the entire goddamn channel right now gonna tell me that they had a more fucking demanding job than I had for 2.5 years. You can try to fucking argue that you had a more demanding job on your time than I had, and you can go ahead and you can try, and you're gonna fucking lose this argument. There is nobody in this channel that had a more demanding job than me for 2.5 years. And I still found time to be in a top competitive guild in ArcAge and run a guild in ArcAge. So I'm so tired of the my time. Fuck you. Okay? Stop it. Obviously, you just don't sleep as much. Obviously, he's not a real gamer. That's one. Number two, I want it to be done for me. If you don't have time to play a video game, guess what? Don't play a fucking video game. I definitely don't expect to be competitive while exploring Ashes, but I'm curious to know what a washed up old casual like me can get done with 10 to 15 hours per week to spare. All right, I want to have this conversation one more time with the people who aren't familiar with me. Hardcore is not designated by how many hours a day you play. Hardcore is designated by what you do with the time that you have for the game. On my Jahlon channel, I talk about the fact that you have 86,400 seconds a day. The reason why you're not as successful as you want in your life is because you're pissing away minutes and seconds every day on things that aren't relevant. Meanwhile, the people who you think are getting lucky are actually working harder than you because they're maximizing their time. All right? Period. I know people that play MMOs 14 hours a week. They only play 2 hours a night, and they are some of the most dedicated, hardcore motherfuckers that I've ever met. When they do have a day off, they play more. So, hardcore isn't about how many hours a day you play the game. It's what you do with every second you are in the game. What can a washed up old casual like me expect to get done 10 to 15 hours per week to spare? You know what? Whatever you want to get done. Whatever you want to get done. Oh, wow, that really puts into perspective how much time I waste every day. I am 41 years old, I am retired, and I am more productive than... How many people are in this chat? 101 people are in this chat. I am 41, I am retired, and I am more productive than, without even guessing, 66 of you. I am more productive than 66 of you right off, and I'm right off the bat. I'm up earlier than you. I'm up later than you. I get more done in my day than you because I know how to maximize my time. That is a wild boast, And it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true. I read, I write, I consult with people, I argue with rampaging panda bears. That's something that I probably shouldn't waste my time on, but you know, I do what I got to do, right? So when this person says, what does a washed up old casual like me can get done in 10 to 15 hours per week? You can get whatever you want to get done. What you get done, whatever you want to get done. And here's the thing. If you really are enjoying the game, you're going to find more than 10 to 15 hours a week to apply to it. Bullshit what all you've been told your entire life. You do not need 8 hours of sleep. You automatically only need 7.5 or 9. You shouldn't be getting 9 hours of sleep. Fuck, 9 hours of sleep. If you fall asleep around me for 9 hours, I'm going to check your pulse because I'm going to think you're fucking dead. Okay? I'm going to think you're fucking dead. This past weekend went 36 hours, no sleep. Some people are like, that's not healthy for you. Go fuck yourself. I read a book during that time. I got a 20-minute nap in 36 hours. My brain was still functional. I was doing my fucking taxes. My wife comes in. She's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm doing taxes. She's like, you haven't slept. I know. So it's all bullshit. Try sleeping for 6 hours. Okay? My wife and I own multiple schools. Still have time to game. So yeah, no excuses. Exactly. Why are you so aggressive and insulting your audience? Stop being mad. Who's mad? You know what I'm mad about? It's not my audience. It's the people who watch this shit and who clip this and who pass around the clips. That's what it's for. It's for all the people who get tired of hearing people complain and they take a clip of this and they show it to somebody and they be like, look, man, all you do is make excuses. Fucking try this. I get fired up about shit because lazy kills me. I want to grab something real quick. I shared this on my YouTube, and this is something that absolutely kills me. And it's just a facet of life. Okay? This is not a joke. This is not a meme. This is nothing, right? This is honest to God truth, and this made me lose all faith. Army people, you might want to look away. Because here's one of your brethren. This is the guy, this is the National Guardsman. This is a National Guardsman that was deployed, activated for the DC protection for the inauguration. This isn't, yes it is. This guy is taking the no PT test till March of 2020 rule really seriously. Do you realize? Look at his back. Look at his back. Yeah, he's a tank, all right. We can't legally put tanks on the ground in the United States due to posse comitatus, but holy fuck. You're in the goddamn... Yeah, is that actual skin? Yes, man. Look underneath his blouse. That is actual skin. That is actual gut. Right? That is actual gut. Why do I show this picture? Because this guy's in the military. And this guy pisses me off. Later face lifted. This guy pisses me off, and let me tell you why this guy pisses me off. Okay? This guy pisses me off because he still gets to get up in the morning, still gets to put on the uniform, still gets to serve his country. And I got put out to pasture because my arm went bad. I could still pass my PT test except for the push-ups and the sit-ups. Push-ups because my arm was broken. Sit-ups because my shoulder blade winged. I guess it's this way. My shoulder blade winged out, and I couldn't touch both sides of my back down at the same time. So I got put out to pasture and told, have a good life. And then I see people like this. Earlier in the video, he shows a picture of them shipping. I just have to do it, man. I just got to do it because my army brethren, you're not going to believe me otherwise. And because you guys are going to know how bad this looks optically. I want to show you guys something because it's the optics of America, and this is actually this is why the fucking media gets out of control, But this is why you got to have some fucking self-respect. Your whole fucking presentation, optics, everything. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. Military, army people and Marines, even some in Navy, Air Force. You ain't gonna know. You ain't gonna know what one of these is. Okay. So you see this? At a casual glance, you look at that and you're like, oh, it's a M203. It's an undercarriage grenade. Wait, are those her fucking optics? Why the fuck are her optics mounted on the bottom? Yeah, it's the scope. First of all, I'm not quite sure we needed to deploy the weapons. No, it's not a laser. That's a visual scope. That's not a green or a red laser. That's the scope. Anybody in the class know what the problem is if you've moved the scope from the top to the bottom for shipping? Anybody know what the problem is now? Apparently, somebody made a decision to put the scopes on the bottom for shipping. Anybody? Come on. We got enough military people in here. Is that real? Yeah, it's real. Grumpy old man, and how do you recite it? How do you recite an assault rifle? How do you recite an assault rifle? Come on. I know you got it. What's the one thing you have to do to recite it? Come on. I'm sure you're going to get it. There you go. Shooting live rounds at targets. Yes, guys, exactly. So somebody made the decision to unmount and remount the scopes underneath the rifle for shipping. Okay. Except I don't know how you guys are, and I don't know how everybody else understands this, but even your iron sight, and you know what the iron sights are. They're the things that are bolted to the gun. They have a little knob on them. Okay. They have a little knob on them for making minor adjustments. There's a reason why don't fuck with my sights. There's a reason why once you shoot your weapon, this is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Okay? Because it's sighted for you. All eyes are different. Exactly. My wife and I cannot pick up a rifle. My wife and I cannot go to the gun rack, pull out a gun off of the gun rack and shoot it. My eyes are +2.5. My wife is -3 in her shooting eye. Even though we both wear corrective lenses, you sight your weapon with your lenses. You sight your weapon with your, so different people have different, and it's just, when people say, why am I so wound up? Why does stupidity fire me up? Stupidity fires me up because the whole fucking world just saw this because it was on the cover of fucking numerous newspaper reports. Now, I'm not saying that there's not reasons why people get heavy. I got fat, man. I got fat. And if you're fat too, all I got to say is we can talk. I can talk to you about intermittent fasting. I can be your motivation. I can be your, your check-in. I've lost 72 pounds since my depression hit. And remember, guys, I was addicted to narcotic painkillers for 10 years due to my arm. I just kicked my narcotic painkiller habit last year. So I know what it's like to get fat. I'm back down under 200. I'm under 200. I look pretty good in the face, right? I plan on losing 1/4 of my body weight. I still have 1/4 of my body weight to go. I plan on getting down to 150 because that would be a good healthy weight, right? Now, this one dude, I will tell you right now, if I was the captain over at his unit deploying people out the door, yeah, I'm 6 foot. I'm half an inch shorter than 6 foot. If I was the guy sending people out the door, I would be like, oh no, Billy boy, you gotta stay home. You're too fat. Sorry. You're too fat. You're too fat for DC. You're too fat for DC because DC got like lots of cameras. They're always looking for politicians doing stupid shit. But you know, yeah, you Billy Boy, you ain't going to DC. And then the guy who made the YouTube video, this guy, because this guy is funny as fuck, right? I just want to let you guys know this guy he does all these military videos. He's the Angry Cops Angry Corps. He's the Angry Corps drill sergeant, right? He said, you see this right here? He said, you see this right here? I don't want to zoom in. I don't want to zoom in on this because it's so gross. I didn't know what this was. I had to look. Oh my God, that's so horrible. But right here, that's a knife. The only thing this knife has been used for is cutting up cake. Man, that's a roll. This motherfucker better not have no rolls with his soup. But you know, now the whole world is seeing this picture and they're like, oh, the Americans, they too fat, they not chase us. We bomb shit this weekend. And you know what? Little Debbie MREs. Oh yeah, you guys, hold on. Let me share this. Let me share this because this thing is you gotta go listen to this fucking rant. This is this dude's rant on this guy. Here you go. Go watch this after my show. But he said, you know what? You've got that straw in your gas mask has been refit so you can suck up McDonald's milkshakes. And I was like, oh, savage as fuck. Oh, guys. Is worse than the Space Force shit. Oh, man. You know what? I am so fucking happy. I am so happy right now that, somebody decided to send Osaka Unjumbo out to fucking guard duty. So that the Air Force finally isn't the fucking whipping boy of the news right now. You know what? Can I just hope that the fucking, that Joe Biden just rolls back Space Force? Because it's fucking embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Like, oh man. I'm telling you. What does Space Force even do? Yes. Nixon Ovella. 9 kills. Oh, in Jewel Beach, you're right at the end. Picked it up at 10. 50 flying rogues, I'll take that. And we beat a boss. We have 9 more to go to unlock another skin. It's a good time. Anyway, guys, I gotta bust out of here a little bit early. I stayed so that we could finish this map. You guys know that my daughters are the most important thing in the world to me. I tell you guys all the time when I do this, I am a husband, I am a father, and then I am a streamer, and then I am a gamer, a guild leader, and those bottom 3 things rotate. Those bottom 3 things will never rotate into the top 2 things. And so I got to take my daughter into town. We got to pick up stuff for her sleepover. It's her first sleepover at this house in a long time because she finally figured out that being ungrounded is way cooler than being grounded. Anyways, I am going to bail. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably right around the 2 p.m. Eastern time. I will send out a tweet. I will put a message out on the Discord. If you guys enjoyed today's show, make sure you follow the channel. We got to grow the brand, so I have more beta keys to give out. And if you haven't signed up for Ashes, make sure you do that. I will be back tomorrow. You guys have a good time. Come with stories, come with fun, come with alcoholic libations. See you then.